So, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to this venue and also online. I have found more than 60 people participating online now. Really happy to have. And also, thank you very much for coming to the venue so early in the morning, in the working day. Today, we will cover more about brain circulation. But before that, I wish to review somehow about yesterday's outcome. We talked, or there have been some talking about the importance of a human network, jinmyaku, or having the sense of bicultural notion, which is cherishing your own differences, I think, than in just following the other style of way of thinking in the Western world. Or how we can cherishing the importance of having the family, couples as the member or team as doing science, or funding diversity should be not only by government, but also by utilizing a foundation would be a nice idea, which is coming from Swedish way of thinking. And the way to confront the uncertainty of future by Rob, with the notion of how we can cherish the creativity, also the knowledge. We have some more comments on how we can utilize math, which is the act of abstraction, which should be very interesting, but sometimes details will be important as well. So how we can utilize both ways, I was wondering. If I may look back the meaning of creativity, this will be something, if I can redefine somehow, it is to be different from others or past for someone else. If you have any objection, please let me know. But if we can redefine so, then I think it is possible for us to think about how we can support others. The others are different, therefore, if you wish to be creative, but we can sometimes share how we can contribute to the others. So if that's the case, what could be the meaning of doing or supporting brain circulation? Is that the source of differences? If that's the case, then what kind of difference we have? And for what purpose? We may be able to ask. If the act of science is to do some creativity for some truth that we have in the world, sometimes we feel it is just for ourselves, the scientist himself or herself. But actually, the meaning of supporting it is to answer some uncertain questions for someone else in the future. If we can understand it so, then I think it is the way to generalize the way of doing creativity. The question, therefore, could be related to how we can select the winner of funding sources, how we can select our people who are enough different from others, but sharing something. Is that countable? I don't know. Do we need the qualitative measures as well? Maybe sometimes. But how we can choose or select the borderline person, how we can do it, we are really wondering about. So I think these are the reviewing of yesterday's discussion and outcomes. With that, we wish to focus more on the brain circulation today. That's the overarching theme that we have now. And I wish to have the first speaker through third one, who may contribute really valuably today too. And I will have another contributor actually as a panelist, but she's really already preparing well about our presentation, I know. Therefore, after the break, we will have that presentation as well. Then we will have the panel discussion. So let's enjoy this morning, please. First speaker is Dr. Sorry, I need to. I'm really getting older than my time in the Young Academy, and not so great to remember his name. So sorry about this, but Dr. Danny. I'm sorry, I should call you by your first name as we talked yesterday, but so sorry about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have his name.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Can I take it in my hand? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me here. My name is Keshav Dani, and I lead the femtosecond spectroscopy unit at OIST at the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. The name of the institute has come up a few times. Maybe I should have given more of an introduction, but maybe you'll get a sense of the institute as I talk today. So I'm a scientist. Thank you for inviting me here. I do not know or understand much about policy. And like the other scientists, I will talk about my own personal journey, and then I will be bold enough to say a few things that I think helped during my personal journey. So please take it with a pinch of salt. The policymakers in this room are the senior people. They know what they're doing. So if anything I say does not seem right, please ignore it. I do not know what I'm talking about beyond my own personal experience. So let me begin. So just to give you a brief background, I'm originally from India. I was born and brought up in India. My parents still live there in our ancestral home. I left India roughly at the age of 16, 17 to do my undergraduate at Caltech, where I did my bachelor's in mathematics actually, and I was John Preskill's first student in quantum information at the time. So it was a very, very early field, quantum computing. I went on to do my PhD at Berkeley under Daniel Shemla. He was very close to me. And then I did my postdoc at Los Alamos National Lab in New Mexico. At the time, I never expected to leave the United States. But in 2010, I was at a crossroads in my career, having just finished my postdoc. And I show you this picture here to show that the past 16 years at OIST have not aged me at all. I look exactly the same. So in 2010, I was at a crossroads in my career. And like Hamada Sensei, I think the economy had just collapsed in the US, the housing market crashed. And I decided to venture and think about places outside of the US as well. So besides the 40 or 50 applications that I sent out in the US, I sent out 5 applications. I think 3 of them were in Europe and 1 of them was in Japan. So what had happened was one Sunday morning, sitting in the beautiful rail yard district of Santa Fe, if anyone has ever been there, I happened to see an advertisement, a very unusual advertisement in nature. And the advertisement was announcing that there was going to be a new university in Okinawa, the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. The key thing that caught me in that advertisement is that they said, while the world is struggling financially, why fight for funding at other places when you can come to OIST and we will give you the money to pursue your research dreams, your research passion. So that was key to me. I had never considered a career in Japan. I don't know why, but somehow living in India, I had never thought of going to Japan. I always looked westward. It's very strange to me now looking back, but that was the truth. I thought in the worst case, I would get a free trip to Japan. I'd never been to Tokyo, and I would get to see what things were like. That was the worst case scenario in my mind. I did go to OIST, and there's a bunch of slides that I'm not showing you now about how things were as soon as I landed at OIST. OIST was brand new. Actually, the university itself had not opened yet. It was still what they call a promotion corporation. The building here was 6 months old. It was the first building that had been built. And Jonathan Dorfan, the ex-president of Slack, I recognized his name. He was going to be president the following year. He was president-elect. And this is the cafe at OIST. It's still there. And right at the other side is a huge glass window overlooking the East China Sea. And he took me there and he said to me that if you have an idea that the Americans or the Europeans will fund, go to America, go to Europe, don't come to OIST. But if you have an idea that they don't believe in, but you believe in, you come to OIST and we'll help you pursue that idea. That was key. I think that's really what convinced me to come to OIST. And in addition to that, he said things like, let your creativity go as far as the horizon. Do the bold, far-reaching science that you dreamt to do as a child. And I wasn't the only one he said that too. He did an amazing job recruiting, I think, 20 or 25 scientists in that 1 year. And there was an article in Nature shortly that said, research freedom proves trump card for interdisciplinary Japanese university. There was another comment by Evan Economo, who's also a very successful scientist. And he said, I feel like my research success now is up to me instead of an anonymous grant review panel. So my idea at the time that I thought of, but I never told the American universities because the handful of friends that I discussed it with laughed me out of the room. My close friends told me, you're an idiot. And my plan is I wanted to make, so I'm going to take some artistic liberties in explaining this. If I'm giving a science talk, I'm happy to give one in detail, but I don't think that's the idea here. But my plan was to figure out how to make a movie of how electrons move in a material after you shine light on it. What's difficult about that is electrons move, and I put that in quotes. They move a billionth of a meter on roughly a time scale that's 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000,000th of 1 second. So a femtosecond. So it's really, really short in time and really, really short in distance. So long story short, we worked hard. OIST was incredibly supportive. And over the course of nearly a decade, we succeeded in building this fantastical instrumentation at OIST that allowed us to image electrons in space, time, energy, momentum, spin, et cetera, et cetera. I want to say that it's important to recognize that the funding was a key part of us being able to do this. It required fancy femtosecond lasers, required electron microscopes, required generations of instruments failing before we succeeded. But it's not just funding that's enough to make projects like this work. You need institutional support, institutional structure, institutional patience, ambition, risk, tolerance, and an understanding between what the PIs are doing and the institutes are doing. And these are the parts I will elaborate on later. And I'm aware that there are members here, or there were at least members of the Cabinet Office and senior leaders of OIST here as well. There's never to lose an opportunity to thank them for the environment that they created for us. So Jonathan Dorfan was the first president, and when that instrument had just started working, I confess I was a decade older. I'd had kids, I was tired, and I was ready to put my feet up and take a bit of a break. I got tenure at OIST, and that's when we luckily had a president change, and Peter Gruss, the ex-president of the Max Planck Society, came in, and I told him, I was tired, I'm gonna take things easy. And he lit a fire under my backside and he said, get off your backside. It's very important to be first in science. This is not my first rodeo. Get to work. And I think that was, in retrospect, that was very, very important to me. And Peter really told me that you need to not just demonstrate the first possibility, but you need to go ahead and do science with it. We did. Here's the first video that I will show you. It's just a cute video. What it does is, here's the pump beam. I'm gonna shine light on it at 0 time, And then here's a probe beam that's going to go and make images of the sample at different time delays. And what you're going to see is regions where there are electrons are going to be red, and regions where electrons move away from are going to go blue. And it's just a video. I won't tell you too much detail. And the units in time here are 1,000th of a billionth of a second. And you essentially get a video of how electrons move around in this material after light is shined on it. And the cool part to realize is, for us to be able to see this video, I've of course slowed down the video substantially. If I slowed down real life by the same amount of time, it would take me 230 million years to finish this sentence. And that's not because I spoke slowly. But Kano-sensei would definitely tell me to stop, so I won't speak that slowly. It was on the cover of Nature Nanotech as cinematography of charge, so we were very happy. And then shortly after that, we made another video in materials called perovskites. These are photovoltaic materials that were one of the most important photovoltaic materials of the past decade, but their efficiency was limited and they were degrading fast. And we were able to make a video very similar to this that helped us understand that after shining light at 0 time, where the electrons in the material, instead of giving you charge, got trapped at different positions in the material, thereby limiting efficiency and degradation. And again, this is happening on the 1,000th of a billionth of a second. Besides real space, we were also able to take images of electrons in momentum space. I know that's a bit of a harder concept to understand, but I'll tell you what my dad told me when I was about 11 or 12 years old. So when I was 11 and 12 years old, I asked him what are semiconductors and what happens to semiconductors when you shine light on them. So in semiconductors, you have a band or an electronic state called the valence band. And up here somewhere, you have something called the conduction band. And when you shine light, light gets absorbed and it takes electrons from the valence band and puts them up into the conduction band. And in the conduction band, the electrons can conduct. And that's why semiconductors can give you electricity once you shine light on them. Now, this is all not just to a 12-year-old, but even 20, 30 years ago, you think this is just theory. I mean, it's something that you laid out in textbooks. But we were now able to make a video of that process. It's incredible that you can make a video that light shines on a semiconductor and electrons go from the valence band to the conduction band and then move around there. So I'll show you that video. To 12-year-old me, this is just astounding. Astounding that we human beings can now do that. So light comes in at 0 delay here, and you see what so we've colored the electrons, okay? That's not real. So the electrons go up in the band and they scatter around in various parts of momentum space and decide what the properties of your material are. But this is astounding that we human beings can now make a video of how you shine light in a semiconductor and you see electrons bouncing around. This is actually even more complicated than that. You're not just seeing electrons, you're seeing a particle called an exciton, which is an electron bound to a hole and does some fantastical stuff like a hydrogen atom. Anyway, so since 2017, when this instrument started working, we were able to make a series of wonderful breakthroughs in various areas of science. My students are very good. They're really the ones contributing to all of this. We have some recent papers as well that I'm very, very proud of that I think would be excellent. If things work out, they'll be wonderful things in science down the line. I should mention, in line with what people have said, that collaborations with Tony Hines, Felipe Jornada at Stanford University, and Strang's group at Cambridge were critical to the success of this work. I'm also very humbled to receive the JSPS prize. What's special about it is that the Imperial family invited my family from India to visit with them, and that for my parents and for me, that was a spectacular moment, and it's a bond with Japan and Japanese people that I cannot forget. Besides this, the funding and the structure at OIST allows us to do essentially whatever we want. You come up with an idea and it works and you pursue it. You do not have to ask someone, you don't have to check with anyone. And what we realize is the ideas that I just talked about could be used to do femtosurgery. And one of my PhD students basically has become the founder and CEO of a company called Kior Medical, where the technology that I showed you to image electrons, a part of it is being used to do femtosecond laser atherectomy. So it's really important to be able to drive science in the directions that you think are right. So let me now identify, that was the journey, and having told you the journey, let me identify what I think are the key factors, or what I humbly think should be an important part of a funding portfolio for any country. Again, just my opinion, okay? So please throw it out if you don't think it's right, and I haven't vetted it with people or discussed it. So the traditional grant-based system, it's fantastic. It's wonderful, it's competitive, it's rigorous, it's thorough, it's peer-reviewed. It enables the progress of solid, reliable science that the community vets and everyone agrees with. And I agree, this should still form the bulk of government funding. However, almost by definition, a broad community-based vetting process is not going to be able to promote ideas that go counter to existing knowledge or pursue directions that people think are implausible. But that is exactly where science and knowledge is created. We heard yesterday there was a discussion about how do you support new areas of science. A peer-reviewed process is going to at best struggle with that. There were talks yesterday about how Presto led to Nobel Prizes and JSPS fellowships. That's wonderful for them, and I'm happy. It could be just my grant writing style, but in the 10 years that we tried to write any grants for this, none of them succeeded. We failed at Presto twice, we failed at JSPS Fellows twice, a few times. And I don't blame that. If I had been the reviewer, I would have not granted my own grants as well, because it was fantastical ideas. But the point is that I think there needs to be space for new ways of funding that do not rely on the traditional peer review, if you want these bold, new, ambitious ideas. So what one might call a high risk or a high reward. At OIST, they call it a high trust funding. I don't like that word. It sounds more like a banker. For me, from the point of view of a scientist, I think of it as unbound creativity strategy. Provide your young people with funding that unleashes their creativity and allows them to pursue science that they decide. You want the youth and ambitious to drive bold, risky, innovative ideas. And I'm just going to tease this apart a little bit because it sounds like a very simple thing, but it's actually quite tricky to do. So first, it should be only a part of your national strategy. It should not be the entire portfolio. It should probably be the tip of the iceberg. Traditional peer-reviewed science and national initiatives that are directed by the government are still needed, because they progress traditional science and pursue known existing things that you want to develop. What you want to do out of this is to deliver unknown breakthroughs in new fields and impossible challenges that right now we are leaving largely up to serendipity. The grant process accidentally produces something that's a breakthrough. Failure itself, one of my mentors said this to me at OIST, failure is a measure of the risk undertaken. There's a foundation that claims to do, and all foundations, everyone, the ERC, Simons, all claim to do high risk, high reward science. And then they all claim a 90-95% success rate. And there's a reasonable question that if the success rate of your program is 90-95%, well, what risk did you take? And it's a very, very good question. So the mentor told me that over the next 5 years at OIST, after tenure, you know you've taken risk if 40 to 50% of your projects have failed. Your risk is not based on how many have succeeded. The risk is for you, for your capacity, for your capability, half your project should fail. Now, of course, it's your own individual appetite for success. Does Japan want to risk 10% of its projects or 50% of its projects, etc.? But failure is one measure of the risk undertaken, not the success. It has to be youth-based. At least for me, I speak from a personal perspective. As a young scientist, I was daring, I had a higher risk appetite, and I was naive. I didn't know what was not going to work. In fact, most of the mentors in my field typically told me that these ideas were not going to work. It was mentors who were out of the field, who had no idea about the science, who were usually encouraging that this is what you should pursue. And it makes sense. As you get older, you know too much. And your risk for appetite also goes down. Your energy also goes down. You're not going to put an effort into something you know is going to be wrong. But that's again when knowledge is created. You think something is wrong and it turns out to be right, or you think something is right and it turns out to be wrong. So these cutting edge pieces of knowledge that you want to create need to go counter to society, and you need young people who are naive, who have no clue what is right and wrong. So the daring, risk, and naivety of youth are extremely important, and it's not surprising that people in their 30s and 40s are the ones who do Nobel Prize winning research. We make a mistake that when there are Nobel laureates, we put up pictures of them when they receive the Nobel Prize. But if you look at pictures of them when they did the actual work, you get a much better sense of who is winning the Nobel Prize. This is extraordinarily striking. So I think what one needs to develop, every nation needs to develop a strategy where they have something like the Max Planck directors, but Max Planck directors in their 30s and 40s. Germany does this very well, but they wait till the directors are typically in their 45 or 50 because it's easier to vet who's going to be successful. If they've already been successful so far, makes my choice very easy. I know who to appoint as a Max Planck director. In the 30s and 40s, you don't know who's going to be successful, and it's very hard to make the choice. That's why we do it this way. Same thing with the peer review. We do it because that's the easy way to do it. And what's easy about it? Because it's selection and oversight. Oversight is critical. One should not let go of that idea. You're using taxpayer money. You need to answer to society. So this concept of early career Max Planck needs careful thought. I think selection needs to go beyond traditional paper-based and interview applications, because candidates require not just success in traditional academia, but a certain level of maturity and independence and creativity and boldness that you're not going to see very easily on paper. I almost think there needs to be something like a scouting program, that maybe you have senior scientists who scout all around the world and follow people's careers over 5 years or 7 years, and then choose them based on various aspects of their personality, independence, maturity, etc. And oversight could be done something like what OIST does, where you do it retroactively. At the end of 5 years, you look back and see what they've delivered. And again, I mean, I flashed a bunch of Nature and Science papers here, but it's not clear that this is the direction the community should be going in. It's not clear that we should be impressed just by seeing high citations and Nature and Science papers. In fact, you want an elite panel who understands that new science is being created, and you want to trust their judgment for a program like this. I also think, particularly for Japan, you need to create a culture that respects commercialization. We do science. We are fundamental scientists. Really, I love science because it's an art form. Science drives the innate curiosity in us. You see a beautiful equation like relativity, and you admire its simplicity. You look at the images of the universe, and you're humbled and in awe of what nature has created. But unlike art, maybe, science and technology also profoundly impact society for good or bad. And you need to be aware of it. It's not just basic human instincts. And the scientists who make the discovery need to understand and play a role in how their discoveries might transform society through the market or through technology. Like in India, I find a lot of fundamental scientists don't want to touch policy. They don't want to touch the market because they think of it as something dirty or something that one should not get involved in. But I think that's wrong. I think institutes need to provide the tools and the respect to support government policy and commercialization, because this is one way scientists give back to society in a very concrete way. There's also been a lot of talk about connectedness, global connectedness, and brain circulation. I think it's essential. It's absolutely important. I wanted to warn about a flip point there. For me, it was actually quite important to be isolated on an island in Okinawa as well. The problem is that if you're globally connected, there are now 1 billion voices telling you that this is not going to work. And to be able to, in Japanese or Indian style, retreat to my home, sit in a room and meditate and focus on what I thought was right was at least equally important. The connectedness was also important. This would not have worked without my connections to Stanford, without my connections to Cambridge. I would not have known what are the important directions to go in. But it's equally important to be able to insulate yourself from outside voices and global pressure or global trends to do breakthrough science. Particularly in the context of Japan, we talk of young Japanese researchers not being connected enough to the rest of the world. One thing they are very connected to is the hierarchy in Japan. And I think for these young researchers, if you set up a mentorship program where they get advice from senior researchers, my experience, and again could be completely wrong, is that they then struggle to not listen to their mentors. When a senior Japanese professor tells you this is the right way, I think there's an emotional struggle to be able to do something different. So to create mentorship that gives you advice, but you're still able to have the freedom and independence to make your own choices, I think is extremely important. Finally, I cannot emphasize how important the personal support is. In fact, this was not something well, the first person who told me this was the Minister of Okinawan Affairs. So they visited OIST in 2012. I'm forgetting the name of the minister who visited. And I was just at OIST. I was setting up my lab. OIST wanted me to show off where I came from, Caltech and Berkeley, what I'd published in the lab that I was building. And he cut me short and he said, but tell me, is your spouse happy? Are you happy here? Are your kids happy? I didn't have kids then. And he said to me that unless you're happy at home and the people who support you are happy, you're not going to be able to do good science. So forget everything else, but tell me, do you feel supported here? And I think this is extremely important because otherwise you waste $1 million buying me a new electron microscope, and then the kids don't have a school to go to, or they're struggling in a Japanese environment because they don't speak the language to begin with. My kids do, but just in case, your $1 million are wasted. I will stop there. There's a lot more to parse and talk about, and I'm happy to discuss it. I've had these ideas for a while. I've never had a venue to discuss them. They could be all wrong. Maybe there are things I'm not thinking of here, but I'm happy to have questions and discussions. And I do have a few slides for your question in case you wanted to ask it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was really a fascinating talk to wake us up for the next discussions. So, but so sorry to tell you that the time is up now.
Sorry,
so,
I went over time.
Please maintain and accumulate your question to the panel discussion. So we will have the next speaker now, who is Igarashi Sensei. Shall I call you with the sensei here, which is a medical profession's bad habit to have a sensei anytime. But as yesterday, we should just say son, maybe. But anyway, Igarashi Sensei, thank you so much for traveling here to give your valuable input to the session. Now I have found that online participants is counting 100 or more. So great. Thank you very much for all the audience. So please.
Right. Thank you so much for kind introduction. And then I would like to thank all the people who invited me here. This is my first time coming to Nihon Gakujutsu Kaigi, and that's a huge honor. I'm in University of California, Irvine, but I also started my position in Tohoku University. So I'm gonna talk about that as well. And I'll talk about through my personal experience in Norway. I did a postdoc in Norway, and in California, I would like to discuss something that leads me to think what will make the Japanese research environment better. I started making this presentation without any hypothesis. So data-driven, that's my attitude. So as I said, I took my PhD and bachelor in the University of Tokyo here at the University of Tokyo. And then I moved to Norway for doing postdoc. I was there for 7 years there. And then I somehow moved to California for starting my lab. I wish I could move to OIST. But that year, they're now recruiting for neuroscientists, so I couldn't. So I've been in California for 10 years. From last year, I was recruited for a professor at the Tohoku University. They started the UREX program, 国際卓越事業ですね。So I'm helping to do that program there. My research topic, briefly, I'm studying brain mechanism for memory. So what we found previously is that there's a brain region. So we use mouse and rats, and we record the brain activity using the electrode penetrating to the brain. So when animals are making olfactory memory, we found that that there's a region called the lateral entorhinal cortex that is important for olfactory memory. And then we also found that this region is using dopamine for memory, this paper. And this region is also working with the prefrontal cortex. That's the third paper. So these are what we are doing. But aside of that, as I said, I would like to talk about the things in Norway and in the US, and then coming back to the Japanese research environment. So 2 points of view. First, what is the happy environment for trainees? And point 2, what is the happy environment for faculty? So the 2 things for each environment. So first, Norway. Why did I move to Norway? When I moved to Norway, everything was, why the heck you're going there? Why not the US? This was the reason. There's a superstar working in Norway. They're working in the brain memory regions called the entorhinal cortex. So when I was considering my postdoc position around 2007-8, they're doing great jobs. So that was the reason. So these are the Edvald Moser, May-Britt Moser, at the university called Norwegian University of Science and Technology, which you may not be heard of. Where is that? So that was Trondheim, Norway. This is Oslo. That's a capital. It's 500 kilometers away, but it's actually the 3rd biggest city in Norway with a population of 200,000. That's a big city in Norway, okay? But they have about 40,000 students in this population. So many students are kind of helping the city to grow. One of the 4 main universities in Norway, and it's actually a top tech institute in Norway. Norway is an interesting country. They have so much money from the oil industry. They took advantage of the oil in the Northern Sea, and they took that money, invest to science, because they need the industry in the future. So NTNU has a huge investment from the government. And the Moser Lab that I joined, they actually had about $3 million per year. They have a Center of Excellence grant. This is a 10-year grant. And then they renewed for 3 times now. They are still funded. So it's a huge investment. And then he started to have this funding from the age of, I think, 42, very young. So there are a couple of professors, Mosers. We have 10 postdocs, 10 grad students, and then 15 technicians. They're really helping out setting up the lab. And so because of the high standard publication and science, so talented people are coming from the abroad, like MIT or Caltech. And graduate students are also from top institutes. And 80% of the people are international. Europe is the most, US and Asia is like a 10%. Okay. So for trainees, it was a really good environment because NTNU really pays a lot to the trainees. So if you're grad students there, you're gonna get about $50,000 per year. This is about 800 million. I calculate this using the $1 for 100 200 yen, because that's probably the approximate feeling to me, and $60,000 for postdocs. Okay, and they have actually great benefits. So let's say you have a baby born, you're gonna get 1 year of a full 100% of paternal or maternal leave, and there are actually a couple of grad students. They married already. They purchased their house there, and then they got 3 babies during the PhD. So they have an extension of 3 years. So, you know, marriage, buying a house, having a kids, that's possible when you're a PhD student in Norway, okay? And we are all with a 3-year contract, long contract, so you don't need to worry about the you know, next year as a postdoc. Grad students are like a 5-year contract. And also for faculty, as I said, they have a huge investment from the Center of Excellence grant. Okay, it was 40 years old they get. They also had a ERC grant, European Research Council, which is the biggest funding. So I totally echo to Kesha's idea. They are like a you know, junior or young Max Planck leader there that made possible. So that paid off. When I was there, they got Nobel Prize at the age of 52. So the Norwegian government was so happy. And then I moved to the US. For the environment in the US, well, first of all, I think I needed to tell this. Why did I move to the US? I was thinking of going back to Japan, but that was the year of the scandal in RIKEN. So RIKEN didn't hire. RIKEN Brain Science Institute is a primary institute in my field. So RIKEN didn't hire. I was thinking of RIKEN or OIST, and OIST didn't hire for neuroscientists. So I was going for you know, universities. So this is the package I got. I had an offer from UC Irvine, and I also have a offer from one university. It's a K university, somewhere in the middle of this country. So from the package at UC Irvine, that was a tenure track, so meaning that you can be there for a long time. And the startup fund, that was $650K. Normal lab space, so you're independent. We have a housing program to purchase in the UC Irvine. Salary is kind of similar. Teaching duty, that's less. But the K University, it's a 5-year limited contract. So you need to go out after 5 years. And a startup fund, that's limited. And you need, this is the worst for me. You need to work with someone's lab. So it's not a independence there. And so on, yeah. But the other conditions are just fine with me. So thinking about this, I think I don't want to move again, because I already moved to Norway, and I moved to somewhere else. And then if I go go back to this university, I need to go again. So we wanted to move here. All right. But this is very typical offer for assistant professors in the US universities. So generous package is really, I think, attracting people to the US government. But back to the environment for trainees, these are the amount of the money I'm paying for my grad students. I have 2 postdocs or 3 postdocs and 3 grad students, and 2 technicians. Half of them are grad students. I mean international. So they really drive my research. But for grad students, this is the typical amount. We are paying 63,000 to 42,000 per year. And again, I use this. This is probably better calculation. So it's about this, like a 500万円 in Japanese yen per year. And for postdoc, I'm paying this amount. Yeah, they raised up the salary these years. So it's like 800 or 900万円 in Japanese. And we have a beautiful housing for grad students and postdocs, which is way cheaper than the market. we also have of housing for faculty in the university. So I think they are happy, hopefully, with this amount of the salary and then environment. So we are trying, we make trainees happy. And for researchers, yesterday we also discussed about the US grant. So in my research field, the grants from the National Institute of Health, that's a biggest grant. So that's an amount of 250K per year, which is 4,000万to 8,000万in Japan. But the thing is that you can obtain multiple R1s, so there's no limitation there. So that is, I thought, good. And then important thing, we usually use this amount for salaries, mainly for salaries, and then some to consumables, but not to the equipment. You know, in Japanese funding, usually paid for the equipment, but that's not the case. The equipment should be purchased from your setup fund, not from the government. I mean, from the governmental funding. So we hugely invest for researchers, not the equipment in the US. So as a calculation, I calculated back how much money I used around 6 years ago. So I had 100K from the startup fund, and I have 3 R1s at that time. So I have this amount. And as we discussed, there are also foundation grants, and I also had a Sakigake grant, which really helped me to interact with Japan. So I had this amount, which really was helpful for me. And then I always think that if I were an assistant professor in Japan, this wouldn't be possible, because there's a kind of idea that, hey, if you're this age, you should deserve for this. If you're more senior, you should deserve for that amount. That type of concept is still remaining. So that really helped our research. And then I would like to move on to the situation in Japan. And I hate to discuss this, but this is what I don't like still. As a grad student, I hated that I paid really less. So still, the amount of the money we got as a grad student, it's this amount. It's about this. And if you're a postdoc, this is the amount of the JSPS research fellow. It's this amount. Okay, and thinking about the industries, because competitive, we need to compete with the human resources with industry, right? If you go to the tech company, for example, after your undergraduate, you'll probably get about this amount or this amount, and then once you get the PhD, instead of doing postdocs, you'll probably get this amount. So we need to about double the salary. That's what I feel. So is that happy environment? I think we need to reform a little bit. And the situation for faculty, this is the problem that I think. Typically in the US, there's only one professor, assistant professor, associate professor, or full professor. And we have all functions, similar functions. And we have postdocs and graduates in the lab, okay? But if you're in Japan, typical structure is like this. There's one full professor, one associate professor or lecturer, and two to three assistant professors. And then postdocs and graduate students are there. So if you finish your postdoc or grad student and then you move on to assistant professor, you still work with someone else. And that really discourages junior faculty's independence, I think. And if you think about the years that you take because of this structure, is that in the US or in the Europe, if you become assistant professor or group leader in the US, you straight go to the independence. You start your own lab here around the 5 years after the PhD, after doing, let's say, doing 5 years of postdoc, right? So your own research start here, and then getting tenure is somewhere around here. So whole years is your own. But after, I mean, if you're in Japan in a typical lab structure, you do assistant professor, and then do the lecturer or associate professor, and then you have your own lab. So there's more than 10 years of delay for starting your own lab. And as Kesha talked about, this slow starting of the independence really makes things bad, I believe. Because here's the thing, why we need early independence. This is Dr. Susumu Tonegawa. I think everyone knows him. He is a Nobel laureate for his discovery in immunity mechanism. He wrote this in his book. So when you become independent, all projects are on your own. And so this really motivates you to compare to being a trainee or someone in other people's lab. And your peak as a scientist at your 30s and 40s. That's the thing. So look at his career. He got independent at the age of 32, and he found the finding that led to the Nobel Prize. That's the age of 37. More data. What happened to Edward and Maybrit? They got independent at the age of 34, and then they found the finding that led to the Nobel Prize at the age of 43. So I'm already after 43, so this really shocks me. But they're great. I'm not. So early independence, that's really important, I believe. So we need to restructure this. Okay. All right. And for the grant mechanism, these are the grant mechanisms. So in Japan, typical one from JSPS. 特別推進 is the biggest one, but this is thought to be for very senior professor in Japan. Kibanes, that's also for thought to be senior professor at the age of like a 50, more than 50. If you're like a 35, you're deserved for this, maybe this. That's the consensus of the unwritten, concept in Japan, which probably isn't very good. Assistant professor need to have a funding somewhere around here, 250K. That's the amount of the R1 in the US. And finally, for academic salary in Japan, are not the thing, not probably making people happy. So it's probably the half or less than the half from what we compare to the one in at least. So these are published salary for UC Irvine. If you're assistant professor, you get this amount maybe somewhere around here. Associate professor, this amount, and full professor even have this. There are very, very old senior professor having more than 300K in UC Irvine. But that's not the case for Japanese university. My father was a professor, and then 2 days ago I asked him, "What was your last salary?" He said it was about 1200 yen, which is a little bit sad. So with this amount of the salary, recruiting professor from abroad is very, very difficult because it's not competitive, I believe. Good thing is also however, happening in Japan. Government finally started to realize that the OIST is working very well, having the scheme similar to the abroad. So and that the OIST is getting a huge ranking, good ranking in Japan. So I'm always telling that we need to have 10 OIST in Japan. but another thing that is happening, which I believe really good, is this one, UREX program or 国際卓越事業. So So the government started to realize that they need to invest more. So for the first university that they chose, that went to the Tohoku University, and government is paying more than $100 million per year for Tohoku University across 10 years. And with this amount of the money, Tohoku University is start to have this amount of salary for people coming from abroad, and high salary for grad students, and an independent structure, independent PI structure from assistant professor. So assistant professor, associate professors, and full professors, they're all equal, similar to the other countries. I'm luckily invited for this program. I'm not paid this because I'm just starting, but we are starting to set up a lab there. So good thing is happening also in Japan, and then the government is starting to invest several more universities. Tokyo Kawakudai, that's starting the next, and probably I think they already said for Kyoto University. All right. So my message is very simple. I think we need a happy environment as a researcher. Trainees need to have a happy environment. Faculty need to have a happy environment. And it really echo to Kesha's comment that you need to have a happy family, happy peace of mind. And after that, with this luxury of time, we can think about good science. Imagine good science, right? So let's make a happy environment, and that's my message. And then that not only attract domestic researchers, but also international researchers. All right, thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Igarashi-sensei, for a happy talk, I wish, or some talk wishing for happiness. We talked about environmental factor from Igarashi-sensei's talk, and it's a bit of a monetary factor you mentioned more, but I felt that some factors of autonomy or trust would be hidden behind the monetary factors. So maybe it's nice for us to discuss that later in the panel discussion, please. Thank you so much. So due to the time constraints, sorry that it's just on time now. Therefore, let's move on to the third speaker. Right. Thank you so much, Igarashi-sensei.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Dr. Rhys Carson, who is my good friend as well. But actually, when I first see him, he's already a representative of the body, and I'm just a beginner. So I just admired him at that moment, but now I can say that you are a friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kano-san. I learned from Wilfred yesterday to start with an apology. My apology is, I think of the invited guests, I'm the one with the least experience in Japan. But I've been here once before to this very building. And Mitsunobu and I spent some time together at an INCSA meeting, but that's it. So I can't tell you much about, I won't tell you anything about my experiences in Japan because they're not interesting. The second thing I will say is not so much of an apology, but an explanation. What I will tell you about is based on my experiences. I refuse to give advice. I've decided that with my students, I never give advice because in my own experience, I've had many mentors who've tried to give me advice based on their experiences. And I listen respectfully and then do my own thing. So I will tell you my experiences and you do what you want with it. So I want to talk about scientific collaboration in a changing world and especially what that means for early career researchers. Before I do, just quickly, this is me. I was born and raised in Vancouver, Canada. I Canadian training, different universities across Canada, and then a postdoc in Oxford University with the same supervisor as Tadashi, although not at the same time. I was at the University of Ottawa for 20 years. Ottawa is the capital of Canada, of course, and then moved 2.5 years ago to McGill, which was my alma mater for my PhD. My research focuses on experimental evolution in microbes. I like to say we ask really big questions in biology with really little things. So we watch evolution happening in the lab. And I'm happy to talk about that another time. I won't say anything more about it. My group currently includes trainees from around the world, which I'm very proud of. Canada, the US, Colombia, India, so on, Brazil. And I'm also cross-appointed at McGill with the Max Bell School of Public Policy, where I teach a course in science policy. As a little bit of context. We've talked about this at the very beginning of the session yesterday, about the need for international cooperation. We're facing I just want to repeat it quickly, just to set the stage. We're facing urgent global challenges around climate, energy, and public health. And no single country possesses sufficient expertise to address all of these challenges domestically on their own. So we need to collaborate, but effective responses require overcoming at least 5 barriers to international cooperation. These have been around. These are not new barriers, but arguably they're becoming more urgent and more difficult to overcome. So geopolitical instability, of course, balancing openness and security, especially with access to research data and technology, accessible infrastructure and resources, talent mobility, which is really what we're talking about today, and skills for navigating and leading collaborative research. And I'm going to talk mostly on the last 3. My colleague Ruth Morgan and I put together a piece a couple of years ago to talk about what are the pillars of successful international scientific collaboration. There's really 5, we think: trust, common goals, communication, openness, and strategy. But really at the base of that is trust. And that's a theme that has come up repeatedly in our conversations over the last day and a half. And so that's what I want to dwell on today. Trust is the foundation on which collaboration happens. Just to emphasize how important that is, this is data that I collected a few years ago in collaboration with Ruth and another colleague from the GYA, Hans Hilgenkamp. And we collected data from the World Values Survey, which goes around the world every year and asks questions of individuals about how their perception of the world they live in, both domestically and internationally. One of the questions is, how much can other nationalities be trusted? And so you can relate this to something like a measure of international collaboration in science, which is just the number of co-authorships, international co-authorships, which is the data you see here. These are for high-income countries only. And I've marked Canada and Japan. We are both below the line, so we have room to grow, for sure. But it's a positive relationship. The more people in those countries perceive or seem to trust others, the more likely they are to collaborate. Okay, this is where I will share 3 experiences with you. There's no advice here at all. 3 experiences that I've had, and I'm having actually currently, that I think we can reflect on to think about how we can use those, some of these lessons or the experiences to build and support trust, especially for early career researchers. The first thing I will talk about is peer mentoring. Second, collaborative leadership. And then the last is the openness in research programs and infrastructure. And I'm going to give concrete examples of each. So peer mentoring, I want to talk about the Global Young Academy, which some colleagues and friends are here who are part of this or have been a part of it. Some of you might, Wilfred, might remember this picture, I think. This is one of the first meetings. I think we were in Berlin. The Global Young Academy is an academy of 200 early career researchers. And the definition of early career researcher here is approximately 10 years since PhD, accounting for life experience and so on and so forth, and life events. It's not terribly strict, but it's strict enough. And the membership comes from all major regions around the world. To be admitted to the Global Young Academy, you are evaluated on the basis of research excellence and a commitment to some form of service beyond, if you like, beyond the research bench. That's a broad spectrum, so it can include anything from, somebody studying in the lab doing particle physics who might also be interested in art, or in my case, it was public policy and decision making. Doesn't really matter. All disciplines are welcome. Members serve 5-year terms because you cannot be young forever. So you have a very limited amount of time. But by this point, I believe, and I haven't checked this with the office in Halle, but I'm pretty convinced, I'm pretty sure I'm safe in saying that the current membership and alumni network of the Global Young Academy, which was founded in 2010, is now easily over 100 countries around the world, which is something that is actually quite remarkable in science. There are very few organizations that can count that many, who consider themselves international, who count that many countries represented in their membership. What does the GYA do? It provides a voice for early career researchers in a global context. When I was one of the founding members, as well as later became co-chair, and when I would interact with other organizations around the world, and trying to introduce the GYA, I would say, these people are your best bet on the global leadership in science in 10 to 15 years. And we were chatting the other night that maybe we should do some data collection and find out if that's true or not. But the curated membership ensures that people who are there are considered peers. They are committed to research excellence and service, and everybody knows that. And that provides us a starting place to form relationships. The focus on being early career researchers leads to lots of discussions of shared themes and tensions, and it's always remarkable to me how many of those are shared around the world, despite our differences. The GYA tackles various kinds of projects, often that are very time limited because your membership is time limited. And so that provides a focus and an urgency and a cooperation. I used to say in my introduction to the annual meeting when I was co-chair that sleep is for the plane ride home. It still feels that way. The disciplinary and geographic diversity of the membership also ensures that when the GYA speaks in a public way, or even in a non-public way, but to other organizations, that there's high credibility. When so many different people from so many different disciplines and so many different countries come together and say one thing, that's a very powerful statement. This is a peer group. The mentoring part isn't really promoted, but it happens anyway. In part because membership in this group and attending the meetings demands that we build skills to navigate what I think of as a tangled web of cross-cultural and cross-disciplinary connections. All these individuals represent, if you put a pin on where they work or come from in the world, and then you trace, and then you connect all those pins together with a string, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to trip very quickly over that string if you try to navigate around that. So I think simply by being together and trying to work together, we learn a lot about each other. And those skills that we learn, sometimes unconsciously, serve us quite well in the future. Of course, peer mentoring also includes practical and strategic advice on career progression. We were, Rob and Wilfred and Mitsunobu and I were having a lovely discussion on the first night, just catching up with each other about the challenges and opportunities that we are facing in this particular stage of our career. There's something very valuable about that. And I maintain other connections with other friends from the GYA that we have regular Zoom conversations around the world just to check in and to provide support and advice and feedback when needed. But lastly, this framing and this organization has provided a peer cohort that can learn from each other, and especially when it comes to leadership and decision making, because those are difficult things, and we undervalue, I think, networks. So I applaud the Science Council of Japan for bringing us together as a nascent network, because I think this is extremely valuable, and we need each other in order to be able to make better decisions and lead more effectively. Okay, that's peer mentoring. Let me talk now about collective leadership, and I will tell you a story about something that's called the coronavirus in the urban built environment, or CUBE for short in English. This is an initiative that, before I begin, apologies. Let me define what I mean by collective leadership. This is working with teams to address complex issues, recognizing that no one individual has the skills or energy necessary to address complex challenges. When collaborative leadership works well, or collective leadership works well, it empowers different team members at different times to take leadership roles when appropriate and for a limited amount of time. And I'm going to explain, I hope this example will help illustrate that. So the CUBE initiative started with a simple question. How do we find what can't be seen? I use microbes in my lab to study the evolutionary process. Of course, when we're working in the lab, we know that they're there. They're still very small, but we can see them grow over 24 hours. But in the world around us, we can't see them unless you're sick. And then you know you've got something. This is probably the first or most popular historical example of public health interventions, which is the tracing cholera cases in London, England, to a contaminated water pump. So individuals went around and asked people in the neighborhood whether they were sick or not. And of course, this sort of centroid or central feature of where all those cases were pointed to a contaminated water pump. During the pandemic, COVID-19, I was helped start with other individuals, other PIs. I'm an evolutionary biologist who studies microbes, collaborators in genomics and environmental microbiology, in infectious disease and general internal medicine. We put together this group, which we call CUBE, and the idea is very simple. We thought, well, maybe we can track the virus in the built environment, especially congregate settings like long-term care homes or hospitals, by taking swabs of the floor. The logic model here is that if you're infected, even if you don't know you're infected yet, you have the virus inside you, you cough and breathe, the virus leaves your body in respiratory droplets, then that falls on the floor. And so if we swab the floors, and then when we use technologies like qPCR or metagenomics, we can actually find out whether those swabs were positive or negative for the virus. Okay? So just to illustrate what the sort of work we were doing, this is some data from one long-term care home in the, I don't know if it was Ottawa or Toronto or somewhere, where we went week by week over the course of almost 6 months and took 10 swabs off of the floors of this long-term care home. The residents, of course, are in their rooms and they can't leave, they can't move around, the staff can move around. We take swabs and then we probe them whether the swabs have the virus or not. What you see is data here where we took 10 swabs each. If it's yellow, it means there was no virus detected. If it was magenta, there was a virus detected. And early on, of course, November, this is 2020, I believe, very low levels. But you can see that the amount of positive swabs goes up around between December and January. And across the top, those horizontal bars represent provincially declared outbreaks. So these long-term care homes, if they have an outbreak of the disease, they have to actually make a formal report to the province of Ontario, and then there's special restrictions and so on and so forth. So those are in magenta, on the top are the residents, an outbreak in the residents, and above that in teal is outbreak in staff. at the long-term care home. So you can see, in anticipation of that outbreak, the number of positive swabs goes up. And so wastewater, of course, was another way in which we tried to think about the public health, sort of warning signs of whether the burden of infection. Wastewater is great for large areas, but not so great for smaller ones, like long-term care homes. And so we were able to, in this particular study, with a number of other study units, we were able to anticipate outbreaks by about 5 to 7 days, which is very helpful for the management of these long-term care homes. It wasn't all easy, though. We failed many times to get funding for this work. It started before the pandemic, where we wanted to track antibiotic resistance around the city of Ottawa. A number of large grants that didn't work at all. And it was only because of the pandemic. We had already established trust among the team members because we worked together to put these grants together, which didn't go anywhere, but everybody thought this was a good idea. So when the pandemic hit and some money became available, instead of going from $6 million or $22 million Canadian, which is what we thought we needed, we had $50,000, and we did our first study, and we grew from there. What's worked? First of all, you can see the pictures of all the team members here. There's many more. It's a very diverse group. We've been scrappy and entrepreneurial, meaning we get money and samples wherever we can, and when we can, when there's an opportunity. Been very purpose-driven. We focused on clinical outcomes, like infections or admissions, and very pragmatically focused research. We integrate end users like physicians or long-term care home managers, or so we've been working in public schools as well, directly into the decision-making and into co-designing the research project so that it's relevant to them. We've had some private sector support, which is helpful. They provide the swabs with a IP chemistry to allow us to transport them easily. But it's also not unique to COVID. Of course, we can use this to think about any other respiratory virus or even bacteria as well. We're developing networks in Canada and beyond. The collective leadership part of this is my model for it. I call it the flywheel model. The PIs, 6 or 7 of us at the center, with an operations group around us, meaning research technicians and trainees, supported by thought leaders, other individuals in the community who have particular strengths and expertise in public health or in genomics or whatever it is, and then the community partners around that. The people running the hospitals, running the long-term care homes, running the public libraries, and so on and so forth. All are involved. We're very mission-driven. The members of this group are empowered to take leadership at different times. If somebody has a good idea, they lead. And if it goes somewhere, great. If it doesn't, they step off. But everybody supports everybody else in a form of cooperative decision-making. So like a flywheel, this helps to preserve momentum, avoid burnout, and naturally curates the core research team. There's not one individual that's leading this, it's everybody. So just as I finish this section, a couple of resources that might be helpful in if you want to learn more about what collective leadership actually means. There are others as well out there. These are the ones I know best. Okay, the last little story I want to tell is about being open to collaboration. And this is something that's I've gotten involved with just since January, in the last year, but most importantly since the beginning of this year, called the McGill Sustainability Park. I was very honored to be named the first academic director of this, and I'll explain to you what it is. The McGill Sustainability Park is an initiative at McGill University, my home university in Montreal, which is an infrastructure investment in renovating an old Victorian-era hospital, which you see in front of you now. This is the architect's schematic of the renovation, but you can see these lovely Gothic buildings behind you, rather imposing. Almost everybody in the Montreal community, especially the Anglophone community, has some memory of being in that hospital. It's as a hospital, it was a disaster. Anyway, but that's goes. It's a heritage building. The renovation will create space for at least 150 new faculty and up to 3,000 people a day. There's wet lab space, what we call process labs, which are larger, space for larger instrumentation that is used by many groups. Computational labs, design studios, teaching space, convening space, and so on and so forth. This may land without any, not in a very good way, but if you follow ice hockey, the amount of usable space is equivalent to 14 NHL ice hockey rinks. I don't know if that helps anybody, but it certainly helps me. It's a large amount of space. My job is to help design the programs that we will be doing. So our vision here, collectively across the university, is to redefine what a university can be in the 21st century. This is another look, by the way, from up above. In the back, you see Mount Royal, which is what gives Montreal its name, and the other buildings around it. The university is sort of down primarily to the bottom off the screen. Our vision is to redefine what a university can be in the 21st century as an institution that both generates knowledge and actively co-creates solutions with society to the most pressing sustainability challenges. We aim to be a global leader in sustainability-focused research, education, and engagement. And how we're going to do that? First, we have to decide what we're going to work on. Here are 4 ideas that we've been starting to turn over in my team. Risk, resilience, and inequality in an age of uncertainty. Public health in a changing climate. Powering and constructing our collective future, meaning energy transition, materials, green chemistry, that sort of thing. And of course, feeding the future, the land, agriculture, food interaction. We're exploring new models of innovation and working together. The idea is that this will be a space for research PIs to drive their own research, but also to participate in challenge-driven missions of time-limited nature that are co-created with members of the community, whether they're members of the Montreal community, indigenous communities and rights holders, industry, NGOs, policymakers, provincial, municipal, or federal government. Whoever needs to be at the table can be at the table from all different disciplines. We're calling this research to action model, or REACT hubs. They're interdisciplinary clusters built to accelerate discovery to deployment. So watch this space. And the spirit of what we're trying to do is build something not just for McGill, but for the community of which McGill is a part, as well as the world. We want to welcome all of you at some point to come and join us on one of these REACT Hub missions, should you want to and feel a need to. So the Sustainability Park will dramatically increase McGill's capacity to deliver beneficial, scalable solutions that are ready to be implemented across all sectors of society. So the experiences I've tried to tell you about really are 3 different elements of how I feel that we can help build trust. Part of the connections that we're doing, or we're trying to build at the park, is to ensure that the communities that we are embedded in as researchers, as teachers, trust us as much as we want to be able to trust them. That requires coming together. Told you about supporting global engagement and peer-to-peer networks through organizations like the GYA. I think that's extremely valuable. Helping early career researchers to gain skills in collaborative research that extends across disciplines and geographies, and then told you about the park that provides some infrastructure and programming deliberately designed to be open and collaborative. So I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to an interesting discussion.
Thank you, Reese, for sharing us the notion of a trust building in a global sense. Maybe a goodness of doing the brain circulation. We didn't maybe think much about that notion, but I think that's really nice point to be raised. Thank you so much. So again, because of the time restraint, we needed to have a rest for some while. It should be 30 minutes or so, or shall we resume in 5 minutes later? It's on time, 5 minutes. Okay. So next, quite nice announcement will be made by office person. So we will finish now the morning talking session and having the nice break. Please, announcement.
So, hello, welcome back. We resume the session, which is the panel discussion. As Kitajima-san made every effort to make yesterday's panel discussion really lively and informative, I wish to do the same here today. So, first of all, we were asked to have one more figure. And she didn't want to just as a panelist, but also wish to provide some information in addition. So let's listen first to Saka-san, for her input. And maybe she's good enough to add some comments to what you have heard from 3 previous talks this morning. So please.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Kano-sensei, too. And I'm so happy to be here and to listen your beautiful presentation. I thank Dani-san, Igarashi-san, Kase-san for your fascinating presentation. I'm Chika Saka and have 28 years of teaching experience at Kwansei Gakuin University, located in Nishinomiya, near Osaka. I believe our campus is most beautiful in Japan, although some says my opinion is biased. My field is accounting, and I currently serve as a member of the Sustainability Standard Board of Japan, SSBJ, which developed a disclosure standard for listed firms. Last year, I published a book on sustainability disclosure standard with Nikkei Publishing. I'm also a member of several working groups of the Financial Service Agency, this one too, and I have been involved with the Science Council of Japan. I'm also a member of a study group of Cabinet Office, the Japanese Institute of Certified Public Accountant, and academic associations. For my international experience, I had 3 opportunities for visiting researcher at the Australian National University, ANU, the University of California, Irvine, and Monash University. I visited ANU when my first child was only 3 months old, and the second time was to visit UCI when my kids were 13 and 7 years old. At that time, Igarashi-sensei family helped us a lot. Thank you so much. And the third time was to visit Monash University in Melbourne for 3 months when my younger child was 13 years old. These experiences led to my international engagement, and through the experience, I met my role model, like Professor Catherine Sipper. Compared to the university overseas, I've noticed few things about Japanese universities. As it was mentioned yesterday, Japanese universities are still male-dominated. I was the first female staff at my school, School of Business Administration at Kwansei Gakuin University. At that time, there wasn't even a woman's restroom for faculty. And I was the first female professor, first female dean. This book published last month says at my university, I'm currently the only female dean. And the proportion of female university faculty in Japan is only 27%. That is lowest in OECD countries. This is not only the academic, but also professional field because of these for the certified public accountant or lawyers or even the medical doctor too. Second is work overload. We have so many things to do, like PR visit to high school, entrance exam duties, meeting at evening or sometimes weekend, and endless administrative work. A declining of public trust in scientists in Japan. And the weakness of the research foundation. The proportion of international students is lower than the other countries in Japanese universities, but good thing is the number is increasing. The largest group of the international students comes from China. International students come to Japan to get a job, and more than half of them could get a job. This is good percentage compared to university in US or Australia, I think. For seeding the international brain circulation, in response to the pre-submitted question, what can universities, not the top-level universities, do? Let me introduce our initiative. Kwansei Gakuin University sent the largest number of students to partner university abroad. The number is #1 in Japan. And since we have over 300 partner overseas universities, and offer various programs to meet diverse student needs. Our school business administration has a double degree program too. We also offer a short-term overseas program in which students from 5 countries work together, study together to solve the real business challenges, like this. This year, it was expanded to 6 countries, and now they are in France. This program is part of the Erasmus Plus Blended Intensive Program, BIP. Erasmus Plus promotes cross-border mobility, not only within the EU, but also beyond Europe. My colleague engaging in this program told me that Erasmus was founded on reflection after the World War II, that the future leader should know and understand each other. So far, world would not happen again. Investing in people and building human connections, of course, brain circulation are essential for researcher, student, and for government, and for world peace. And lastly, let me share a few thoughts and comments after listening 3 presentations, that it is partly related to my talk. First, OIST message, recruiting message is fascinating. Pursue your research dream. From a university perspective, because I'm in the university in Japan, recruiting marketing is extremely important, not only in the sport. This is what I learned. And second, the low pay and low support program. Japanese universities' employment conditions are largely uniform, seniority-based system. It is sometimes said that Japan is the most successful socialist country. Universities still have same system, although Japanese company is changing. My friend overseas said to me that Japan is highly structured and disciplined, which makes change difficult, even though other countries are changing. So discussing how to change this panel discussion is very important for us. And third, one of the reasons that younger hate risk of failure Now in Japan, parents have a significant influence on decision making. Parents, especially mother, effectively decide like which junior high school is good for the child, which university is good for the child. So for me, as a dean at the open campus event, nowadays not only student, parents attend the open campus. So I, as a dean, appeal to mothers how attractive our school is. And the problem is that the mother's chance is very limited in Japan. Most of them is not full-time employee. So their decision tend to be conservative. So in the long run, giving more chance to female lead to aggressive decision making for younger, I think. Thank you so much.
I have been really impressed by your straightforwardness from yesterday till today, which is really rare happening actually in this country, but maybe because of this global network we have this occasion. Thank you, Saka-san, for your really, how I can say, very straightforward sharing of your thoughts and your experiences. I also yesterday was impressed by the last speaker, the younger person, about her experience, and that was really greatly articulated how people feel in this country in the younger ages. I'm of course wish to have more information actually, because it's nice to listen to others. But in this case, for this occasion, we don't have much people yet. Maybe the last speaker who needed to wrap up this fully informed event would be the voice. I'm really looking forward to. I'm not stressing you, although. So the things that we have discussed this morning was, in my sense, quite related to how we can increase the happiness of a certain type of people. But who are that certain type of people is maybe the first question. Because in my roles in the government, I feel that how we can build or broaden the circle of a trust for so-called scientists are really of matter. How we can increase the support from the society to our circle. So from this point of view, we have been a lot of information from you already, but maybe it's nice for elaborating this. And in what way? It is not only by salary, or funding, selection, job hunting, job providing, job security for these kind of people who are, as you mentioned, not much related to business yet. So we don't actually circulate money so much. We almost consume them in the phase of doing research, but how we can return that to the society is now, I think, asked by the society. And that's the reason why we are not so much supported anymore, I'm afraid to say. I'm a bit too, again, straightforward too. But this is my way of feeling when I'm doing the governmental roles. So would you add anything if I'm struggling with that? How would you be able to share your experience, maybe not advising me? Who will start? Reese? Yes, please.
I think that this notion of trust is, as obviously with my presentation, I feel that it's central. And it's not just loss of trust felt here in Japan, it's true everywhere. One of the experiences that I've had over the past little while in teaching Masters of Public Policy students who typically don't come from a background of scientific training. They come from politics or history or something else. We talk about science policy and how evidence is used in decision making. And I think I could characterize their approach to science and evidence and decision making as, show me the QR code. And I'm going to point my phone and get the answer. And of course, those of us who work in science know that's not how science happens. Now, the reverse is also true, that scientists tend to have a very high opinion of whatever it is that they happen to be working on at that particular time, and that if they see an opportunity for that to have an impact beyond their lab, they might find, say, a government minister or a bureaucrat and say, whatever challenge you're facing, I've got the solution. Which, what they don't understand, of course, is that their solution is only one part of a broader puzzle that requires trade-offs and discussion. So one of the things that we're trying to do at McGill is actually launch science and policy dialogues, where we bring experts, scientific experts, as well as community experts, together with policymakers in a private setting, not a public one, where the goal is to build trust and to forge networks. We're starting with a topic that is of high importance in Canada every spring and through the summer and fall, which is wildfires. And in particular around the satellite detection of wildfires and how that data is used, who owns it, how it can be deployed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so our hope is that through those discussions, people on both sides of this divide will at least form a relationship that they can then call on each other in the future, even if they don't resolve the issue that they've been tasked to resolve in the moment. So that's one thought.
Thank you so much. The reason why I'm starting from asking this question is that, yes, please. But, it would be a nice way to persuade people to know the other setting of the society. And that is one gain from doing the brain circulation, I believe. Therefore, I'm asking for your wisdoms to experience a lot of brain circulation by yourself. Whoever? Keshav?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I was going to answer the question of what can we do for society to build more trust in society for scientists. I want to start by saying I don't know. I don't know, but I'll share some thoughts. Again, I don't know what they mean. So at OIST, we often get asked, and I was also asked yesterday, what do we do for Okinawa? We are based in Okinawa. What do we do for Okinawa? In principle, when we were recruited, we were told that OIST is aiming to be the best university in the world. I think it was Omi Sensei's goal always, number one in the world, he used to say. So we were recruited with the idea that you do the best science. But of course, you're based in Okinawa, you're aware of the surroundings, and at least my hope or my idea was that if there are scientific challenges that Okinawa faces in particular, the existence of a top-notch scientific and technological university will help address those issues. For example, recently at OIST, we created the Open Center for Energy. If there are energy and sustainability issues in Okinawa, you don't expect a scientist sitting in Boston at MIT or Harvard to address those. You may not even expect someone in Tokyo to be able to address those. You need to have scientific talent and capability sitting in Okinawa that understands what the local conditions are and to be able to respond to that. And I just want to say that even if the scientist in MIT does not answer what's important in Okinawa, I think what happens in Okinawa is very important to the rest of the world because it's a subtropical climate. The biodiversity in the subtropics is essential for everyone, but it's natural that at MIT they worry about MIT. So I think the existence of science and scientists and technologists at OIST in Okinawa is important. So one would think you gain the trust of Okinawan society by being able to do visible projects that then clearly impact life in Okinawa. So for example, one of the ideas that I've been wanting to work on, but is how can one mitigate the impact of typhoons on the Okinawan climate? It's not just me, but even other colleagues at OIST. So I would think that if scientists are able to achieve visible success that helps society, that will build trust between society and scientists. However, recent evidence indicates that that's probably not always true. The most striking example, in my opinion, would be how the scientific community responded to and helped mitigate the impact of COVID. Nonetheless, in America, the issue became so political that in fact we were maligned for our contributions to the COVID response. I think we are undergoing a very, very challenging time in society where trust and elements of society that want to destabilize. You don't see it in Japan as much, and that potentially makes Japan, or at least I as a foreigner don't see it in Japan as much, and potentially makes Japan one of the safest places in the world. But in other parts of the world, I think this social destabilization that's going on is of course extremely dangerous, and I don't know how to respond to it. I don't know what we can do as scientists to be able to counter the distrust that's being spread and built for our science.
Thank you. Please, you guys.
As for the question of separation between the scientist and policymaker, or scientist, between the scientist and audience, people, I think in the US, it's very typical to have a dialogue events. That is very typical. So in my universities, there's a Cancer Institute or Alzheimer's Institute, and then they run for funding reason. They oftentimes do fundraising event where they do, for example, marathon together. Let's run for bastard cancer, something like that, to make people include in our community as a scientist, as doing so they feel like that I'm helping science, and then we give lectures, to the lay audience, to make people within the community of research. I think that's what we are doing, and it's not just the research institutions in the US, but also there are foundations like a Cancer Foundation, Alzheimer's Foundation. These foundations are always doing it. I think that is also something that we can do in Japan, because what we only know is I know some people are doing like an open cafe, science cafe thing, but that's probably not enough. So making people a fan of research, and then include these people to support, because they are curious people. I mean, I always love watching Yamanaka Sensei in NHK TV set, and I really like that he's supporting in that way. I think we need to do that more.
Thank you very much for sharing good examples of various societies. May I ask Keshav again about the difference of the societal response maybe to our activities from your own town in India, and also your experience in the United States and here in Japan, if you can.
That's very challenging. So though I have lived in these 3 different places, they have been at different points of time and at different ages. So it becomes hard to compare those things. My perception is that Japan still ends up being a very orderly society with a reasonable amount of trust in social functioning and how the country operates together. That's my view. I don't unfortunately get to, I can't read Japanese, and so I don't get to read the newspapers to understand. America is in turmoil. I think at the political level, at the social level, inequality is deeply so I visit Stanford often for collaborations, and I have many friends and family there. I think the inequality that's being driven there is completely astounding. And in India, I'm not 100% sure what's going on in India. I haven't lived in India for a very long time, and when I was there, I was a young child. With the current political climate, on one hand, I'm aware of the level of intolerance that's growing, political intolerance between different communities. Science has not been touched by this. I do not get the sense that people are distrusting scientists the same way that maybe what happened in the US. However, there is a conservative bend that I had never seen in India before. At the same time, the government is using science and technology to make significant progress. So as an outsider to India, it's hard for me to understand what is being used politically versus what is the scientific development in the country based on science and technology. I certainly get the sense that the government is investing and is making wise choices based on data and analytics. But culturally, I think there is some tension in the community as well.
Thanks a lot. Saka-san, please, yes.
Thank you for the gap between research and society. From my perspective, staff at private university, as 80% of our income is from student tuition. So returning the benefit, including research benefit to students, is very important, we think. And faculty member involved in student overseas program built international research network through these educational collaborations. So brain circulation is not limited to personal study abroad. It can be built through the educating students. Promote brain circulation through education is good to develop program that engage both student and faculty is a win-win-win for student, for researcher, and for university within a limited budget, I think. And for the things that Dani-san mentioned, as I said, the female faculty number is just 27%, and also the for the professional like a CPA and lawyers and medical doctor is around 20%. So this situation often results in an inflexible working style, and also still leave the masculinism culture. That is one thing we have to change if we can. I think.
Thank you so much. The reason why I'm starting from asking this very hard question is one thing was Igarashi-san's input first, that why governmental people cannot understand the reason why we need more money in a way. And another was by Saka-san's input just now, that how we can persuade the female parents for the children to give the chance to be a scientist. So from this point of view, I think it's really nice to think about why the society cannot be with us so greatly recently. Yes, please.
I think that, policymakers are already realizing it. That's because they start the reason they start the UX program or investing to OIST or top tier like a WPI program. The real problem, I think, is that the researchers are not screaming themselves that we need more. I mean, because of this reason, not because of their own profit, but because of this situation happening. On the first day, so here's the thing. On the first day I arrived at the UC Irvine. My chair told me she knew that by the way it's her. It's a female chair in my department. She knew that I'm a Japanese, and then she knew that the Japanese people are not really claiming things. She said she knew that. So she told me, you know the saying in English, squeaking wheels get the oil. You need to be like that. That's how things work in the U.S. So that was a really good suggestion for me, because of the problem happening in academia. Not because of the profit that we want. We want to have a higher salary, not because we don't want to be rich, but just because we can run the life. That is what we need to scream. I think that is lacking. That's my comment.
Thank you so much. Any other comments about female positioning in the society, for example, Osaka-san, or Keshav? Would you?
Well, no other comment other than establishing equality is essential. I mean, I know it's a very hard route, and that it's the different options, none of them look good. Everything has its pluses and minuses, but it's essential. It's essential for many, many reasons, and not just the gender balance, but also other aspects of diversity and inclusivity. I really appreciated the talk yesterday about Native Americans and including them in society, in American society, of course, and then including the Uchinanchu and Ainu in Japanese society. I think that's probably the fact that members of society are feeling excluded in the greater world is probably driving distrust and dissatisfaction overall, is probably one of the key aspects of the social fabric breaking down.
Right. So the reason why I'm asking about that gender issue was that I have so far only one question from the online, is that what is the most disadvantageous you feel to be a women?
For me, luckily, I have great teacher. I have great colleague. I didn't have a big disadvantage, I feel. But the survey result I saw in a government-wide paper, it's 10 years ago survey, but the result shows 40% of female university staff is single. In Japan, most of think having a higher level education for female can make it harder to find a marriage partner. So I asked my talented student to come to graduate school, but all of them said, parents said no. So we have to change that understanding. Well, for me, I'm lucky because my husband didn't care about that. And I have one thing that everybody envy me is my husband cooks, not only sometimes, but every day, including lunchbox for my kids, bento for my kids every day. So one of my messages is not boys be ambitious. Boys enjoy cooking. That's changed society.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I echo with that. I was in Norway. In Norway, almost all females are, women are working there. And actually, it was an interesting experience being there. Females are stronger there. Males are inferior. And I think that makes the good balance with the power between men's and women's. So for making equal, back to the equality in academia or wherever in the universities, female students need to have role models like you or women professors. But when I think back about my universities, I'm from University of Tokyo Medical School. They still have non-female professor, which really discourages. If I were the female student, I wouldn't think that I can survive in this place. So for them, role models are important, and making the critical mass of women people working in academia, that is important. So making that back in Norway, they strictly doing that intentionally, hiring only female professors to make the ratio be 50-50. I know that's also happening in Japan, but I believe that is needed also in this country. I know that there are some controversies, like boys are thinking that it's unequal, but I think we need it until there's a equal ratio.
So again, another reason why I'm asking that question is that not only to gather money, but also to get kind of a trust again to do science for the parents who are not yet related to the scientific activities would be very important. And therefore, I asked this question. But this part was not answered yet much. Do you think of any more possibilities? For myself, I have now connection to the kindergarten related to my university or elementary school, junior high. And I have once tried to bring in the robot education to kindergarten. And then female parents also enjoyed the scene. And at that age range, parents really be with their children, not anymore in university time. So I think such a kind of interaction with education, with the scientific way of thinking to the kindergarten age or a bit more elder, will work some. Now I have as a hypothesis. Wish to prove it, but not yet. Any more ideas if you have? Yes, please.
I think that there are many dimensions along these lines, but I think the central theme that emerges for me is that, and I think this is true. I know it's true in Canada. I know it's true in the US. I suspect it was probably true in Japan as well. For a long time, those of us in the universities have seen ourselves as something apart from the world. And I think about Keshav's comment about OIST serving the Okinawan community. And it's the spirit in which, at the Sustainability Park at McGill, that we are working, that we are thinking both globally, but very locally as well. And it's a delicate balance to preserve or to build an institution that is apart enough to have the freedom that Keshav so eloquently told us about in his experience at OIS, but also is a part of the community in a way that it reflects the community. That to me is where the trust happens. At McGill, we are an Anglophone university. We're an English language university sitting in a bilingual, well, multilingual city in a province that is French speaking. we have to work a little bit harder to ensure that we build trust with the community in which we serve, that we serve. And I think there's a tendency, for example, in COVID, Igarashi-san mentioned that with loss of trust in the US, in part, that's the fault of scientists, big time, because we ourselves trust the data in a way that the broader community doesn't know or doesn't understand. And when we emphasize the data over the narrative or over relationships or over the trust that's built between people, then we risk losing the people we were trying to serve. So to me, this is what really is. Universities everywhere need to reflect the communities in which they're part, and that goes as well for, of course, gender equality.
Thanks a lot. One kind of a severe comment from online, telling that if scientists may ask to give money to science because we wish to live through, then national people may not understand it. The reason why is that, for example, producing screws for automobile will also need money. Although it's a professional, therefore the value would be high. Or those who supporting the elderly people, or teachers for elementary schools or kindergarten may need more money to live through. So how would it be possible for the scientists to invest more money? How we can explain this? It's really hard to answer question. And also, there have been Keshava's comment about with the pandemic, there have been less trust to science. Really difficult. What we could do. Very thoughtful comment I had. Sorry to get deeper into this topic much, but because this is the session for brain circulation, I wish to get back to that point sometime. But so far, I think this kind of discussion may not happen much just inside the science. And having this Science Council of Japan as a place to discuss that well. So I wish to spend some more time, if we could. Yeah, please, Keshav.
So I don't know that I have any brilliant idea. I think when I was younger, and by younger I mean a postdoc or even early assistant professor, I didn't really understand what science can contribute back to society other than curiosity and some of those basic things. But now over the past 10 years at OIST, when there have been developments in my lab entirely unrelated to certain things, but have then created startups and have created jobs, there is a very, very direct link between the science we do today and the technologies of tomorrow. So if any country, or if all countries in the world were to make the drastic step of ending science funding, I think we would suffer in 10 years, 20 years, technological advances would come to a standstill. That's pretty clear. It was obvious to people who talked to me 20 years ago, was not obvious to me then, but it is obvious to me now. The country that has done this the most successfully is clearly the United States. They have very successfully figured out how technologies in the lab lead to advancements in market and etc. And if you're talking purely from the point of view of the economy, I think these technological advances in principle should feed into a better life and improvement for everyone. Now there's many government policies that have to come into play to ensure that happens. So scientific advancement is not just for us scientists to go through life, but I think it is the engine that drives the future growth. And America's done this the best, and I think that's largely why they've been such a successful nation for the past 50 years. I think other countries are clearly emulating that. You see people from various embassies, not just here, but when conferences are organized in Europe, India, Singapore, you now see members of various embassies and national organizations that attend to try and understand how they can emulate the success of the San Francisco Bay Area, Stanford success, to be able to bring technologies from the lab to the market. So I think that alone for the economy is an important. So it's essential that we pay our teachers well. It's essential that we pay our medical doctors well. We take care of various members of society. But I think science is an important part of a future economy. There's no question about that.
Thanks. According to one of my friends, some of Euclid's ideas is now at last utilized in the society by the computers. So investment could be, of course, recovered in 1,000 years after. But how we can speak that kind of history or facts maybe to the society would be another way to be with the society. Because otherwise, we cannot talk much about why basic science is so important, right? As Keshav was speaking, of course, we can seek for instant fruit in terms of the money, but we also wish to seek more, right? Sorry, Reese.
No, I'm reflecting on the model of scientific investment that we've used, at least in the West. The model was set in place after World War II, largely well articulated by Vannevar Bush in the United States in the report to President Roosevelt, called Endless Frontiers. Give money to science, science will eventually return something important. And it's been remarkably successful. But I think there's an impatience from the communities outside the universities with that model. And it's our job to articulate, and I think, Keshav, you veered towards that in your description of OIST in the context of the rest of the funding portfolio in Japan. And I think that's really the part that I think is very interesting to explore, is thinking about this as a portfolio. So there's room for blue skies, investigator-driven research that would be OIST. There's room for very directed, perhaps even government-mandated, mission-driven research to solve a particular problem. And there should be a continuum along the. We would be nowhere today without the blue skies research that went into mRNA vaccines that then within 3 to 6 months basically transformed COVID from something that was at least something we could live with, from a real danger to something we could live with. So the basic research and the support for that is absolutely important. We have to also recognize that we serve the rest of the society, so we have to be a bit more focused sometimes as well. And I think that's okay. I'm a basic researcher, but I'm okay with this.
Thank you very much. So I'm now recalling the idea from Rob yesterday, talking about how we can cherish creativity. And I think it's really related to this topic. And therefore, I wish to redefine the meaning of creativity at the very start of this session or event, that it would be the way to be different from others or past, but for someone else. Because otherwise, if you just different from someone else, it's just crazy sometimes. But if someone may recognize the meaning why, then people will be able to support it. So I think that everything may coming back to that point. That's the reason why I'm telling about that. So the next question, therefore, would be to seek for your own happiness as a scientist would be the way to realize that sense. isn't it? Because with happiness, you can be creative more, as you mentioned. But what kind of happiness we are seeking for? Money, environment, equipments, anything else? So would you make comment on it?
So maybe just my own personal, at least from I wanted to correct this or re-express this idea of happiness. So when I was talking of the first, maybe happiness, contentment is a better word. And I was specifically talking of personal contentment, meaning my kids are okay, my spouse is okay, my family's okay, I can pay my bills. I think when it comes to science, I shouldn't be content. I think if I'm content, it's not going to lead to the most cutting edge science. I need to be, I need to be in the sense, whoever you're expecting this top level science out of, at some point, maybe I'm tired and I retire and then someone else takes position. But whoever it is that you've put in this position to produce extraordinary science, you want them to be content in other aspects of life so that they don't have to worry. But you don't want them to be content about the science because you want them to worry about the science. You want them to push the needle hard, and whether it's through competitiveness or because they're working on a very difficult problem. But I don't think contentment brings about, my father used to say, necessity is the mother of invention. So if you don't struggle or suffer, you're not going to be able to make the progress. You just don't want them to struggle financially, because otherwise that's where their energy is going to go. You don't want them to struggle about whether their kids are being, bullied at school or something, because then that's where their attention is going to go. So the happiness is for things unrelated to science. Yeah. While for science, I think there needs to be a bit of discontent, at least for me personally.
Sorry, maybe before moving to that question, maybe I should take some questions if you have in the conference venue, or any comments. If you wish to have, yeah, Rob, please, and next, please. Sorry.
Thank you. I have a question for Saka-san. In the UK, we have a number of initiatives for promoting women in STEM subjects. Maybe the most high profile is called Athena Swan. And under this scheme, departments or faculties or entire institutions can submit an application to the Athena Swan program. And the application says, this is our situation, here is the data on gender equality, and this is our plan to improve matters. And then, as a result of the application, you're awarded Athena Swan Gold, or Silver, or Bronze, or no award. And then this provides a mechanism where then departments and institutions start to compete with, oh, they have silver over there. We should get a silver award as well. Crucially, grant agencies are beginning to say, if you don't at least have a bronze award, you may not apply for funding from us. And then the university really starts to take notice and ensure that these initiatives are supported. So I wondered if there is anything like that in this context, so if you think that could be beneficial here.
Thank you for your comment. I know the Kyushu University, the national university, has a big initiative, something like that. And also Tokyo University now started that kind of university. But the number is limited, and our university is a private university. So out of that kind of initiative, we have to change. We recognize we have to change, but the speed is very, very slow. We are struggling. Thank you for your advice.
Thanks for your honest comment. Rob, would you continue? It's okay?
I also cook.
Thanks a lot. Next, please. Yeah, first. No. That's no. And the next, Kitajima Sensei.
So thank you very much. I am Keiko from Science Tokyo. So thank you very much for passionate talk based on your experiences and also firm commitment. My question is about interdisciplinary, so yes, brain circulation, definitely circulation, so to expose various idea and then interdisciplinary things. And then I noted that Lee-san is a basic scientist, but also you are leading sustainability science. And so nowadays, sustainability science and others, and we definitely need interdisciplinary way of thinking. I think young academy experiences and may have some influence, so your motivation, so many of the thoughts. And my question is, through so global brain circulation, and then for yes, individual university like McGill has focused on that thing, and then also like a young academy or other, so cross organizational efforts, etc. How we can much further encourage an interdisciplinary science of thinking, and the ability is by best utilizing global brain circulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm remembering back, and maybe my colleagues at the from the Global Young Academy in the earlier days can remember that we actually launched an interdisciplinary prize or grant scheme, I think it was. So, you know, our colleague from Italy, the philosopher, his name, forget. No, it was, no, anyway, it doesn't matter. But it was it? Sabine? No, it wasn't Sabina. It was, I'm sure she was involved. Anyway, so this was a very deliberate attempt within to support the members of the Global Young Academy to come up with ideas that they generate themselves, and there's a little bit of money supported for that from the organization. So that's number one. The other question at the institutional level, what we're thinking about at McGill is how to construct this large series of programs to prosecute sustainability-focused research without destroying the hundreds of years of success that universities have been built on, meaning faculties and departments and so on and so forth. And so we're thinking about different models of how to do that. And I don't have the answer yet, but one suggestion that I think is particularly attractive is, so to provide a little bit more context, we are not building a new school. We have an infrastructure where individuals from other parts of the university will come together. But it's not a faculty, it doesn't have a governance structure yet that we know what to do with. If it was explained to me that if we did, they wouldn't need to hire me for this role. But one thing that we're thinking about is a principal investigator who has an opportunity to come to this new space. They get something, they get space, they get access to equipment, perhaps they get something else like funding for a student or a technician or something like that. In return, they commit to devoting some portion of their research resources, whether it's time, money, equipment, whatever, say 40%, 50%, to the mission-driven challenges that the sustainability park is going to take on. The rest of their time, their research time, can be blue skies, and should be, arguably. So this is one model that we're thinking about. I don't know if it's the right one, but that's a way to start thinking about how to engage people on this. And if we do this correctly, the challenges we take on will be time limited. So this is not something that you have to do for your entire career. You join and then you come off. So I invite the audience to provide feedback on this because we're still really at the beginning of thinking about how to do this.
Here we have feedback from panelists.
So not feedback. I think there are many models, and these are interesting models to pursue. I just wanted to give another version of that interdisciplinary science. So the part about OIST that I mentioned is the dream science, but really the thing that OIST is more well known for is interdisciplinary science. In fact, I'm not sure I any longer understand what that means. At OIST, we just do science. So there are no departments at OIST. Physicists, biologists, chemists, mathematicians all work together. There's no departments. Grad students are not broken down into departments. Spaces are not broken down into departments. We administer together. We research together. We work together. My first paper, I'm a condensed matter physicist. My first papers were in neuroscience because I started collaborating with a neuroscientist. I've graduated a PhD student whose background was in neuroscience. I have a student who formed a startup in biomedical engineering. I've published papers in condensed matter physics, of course. I've published papers in art conservation with another colleague. So there's no limit. It's just all science. And there's no administrative barriers. I've borrowed equipment into my lab that belong to microbiologists. There's common resources everywhere, so everyone uses all equipment, except if it's very specialized in your lab. So I think it's a new model for a university. That was one of the founding principles when they built OIST, international, interdisciplinary, no hierarchy. So no boundaries, just science. And I think it's an interesting idea. There are positives. There are people at OIST who complain that it's still not interdisciplinary enough. And I think they have some merit to what they're saying. There are people at OIST who say, well, everything we do is interdisciplinary. And there's merit to that as well. Interdisciplinary itself is a scale. Whether it's a physicist working with a material scientist, is that interdisciplinary, or is it a neuroscientist working with a mathematician? Is that interdisciplinary? So I think there is another model as well in Japan, and I think Japan is leading in this concept of interdisciplinary university, in my opinion. Whether it works, I don't think there's a question of works or not. I think there's going to be different models with all different advantages and benefits in the long run.
Go ahead, please.
Just some example in my university. There are like collaborating grants, that internal grants from the university, where that needs to include one person from one department, but also from the other department. So that type of stimulating interdisciplinarity is existing. I think that's also the case for Human Frontier research program. I think that is there.
So this kind of knowledge from all over the world is really important, I think, to make you happy more as a scientist, right? Because you wish to do something as a scientist, but it is sometimes not related to your specialties or focus of research past, but wish to do something more. And when you may come to think of it, how rules may inhibit from you to do so is maybe the reason why you feel unhappy. So let's think about any more systems. If you have no more comments from, yes, of course, then Kitajima Sensei may wish to input something else. Please.
Thank you very much. Interesting, somewhat different tone and focus of discussion today. I would like to bring back to the table the term DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And the concept you're trying to encompass by the term happiness seems to be very much related to that researchers need to have fair treatment. But fairness, equity is not equal. I just wanted to bring that to the table because that word was brought a few times. And and also, what is equitable treatment of talented researcher versus not so talented researcher? Some PhDs can perform as a wonderful, innovative young PI, but others may be happier being a technician in the lab. There are all these differences for different people, researchers. Not all of us can be PI, but I think, what do you think about the diversity in terms of how people can be included and be happy to find a place where one's talent is best expressed? And also want to throw in one more thing in terms of equity, that sometimes that it's easier to compare salaries in annual salary in dollar amount. But those of us living in Japan know earning in Japanese yen and spending in Japanese yen and living in Japan, I don't think it's not necessarily half as rich as someone living in, say, Irvine, because cost of living is very expensive. And also the social safety network. For example, all the national health insurance and many, it's a secure nation, safe and secure place to live. I am just curious whether the panelist thinks these whole package idea can promote brain circulation with a more emphasis on equity rather than equalness. That might bring some ideas to the policy makers that may want to promote brain circulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very splendid input. One thing that I wish to share is that in my chairing committee, which is in the government for human development, we are able to agree with that kind of a notion somehow by setting the subcategories of people related to science and technology. One is to deepen the knowledge, one is to connect the knowledge or somewhere else, and one is to utilize it. So those who can connect can be a manager in the university, URA, or those who can utilize it, maybe the technical people who can support us. Maybe that's not only support, but be with, in a sense. So someone can, it's like in the medical setting. The doctors will just decide something, but cannot communicate much with the patients. That part is done by nurses. And for example, treating the numbers will be done by some other technical people. Kind of things may need it in the science and technology related to field, we believe, and that notion itself is now accepted. Just I wish to mention about this, but please input more.
I would just point out that there's a grand experiment going on right now, instigated by Canada's neighbor to the south, around brain circulation. Many countries around the world have noticed this and taken some form of action. In Canada, the federal government announced that they would hire 1,000 new researchers that are non-Canadian. That doesn't mean that they will be necessarily from our neighbor to the south, but they might be. So, I mean, I think, and part of that is motivated by issues around DEI. That many of the applicants that we see are looking at the climate in front of them and looking at how that is impacting their research and looking for other opportunities. I'll leave that there. But the other thing I'd like to say is, I think there's the notion of happiness is a rather fleeting one sometimes, and I think it's an important concept. For myself, I prefer to think of flourishing or fulfillment, and to me, because I think that speaks to if you're working hard at something, it's not exactly happy in that moment, but you might feel quite fulfilled when you come out of it at the end. One last thing. In Canada, about 1 in 5 PhD graduates ends up as a professor in a university. For a long time now, I've been whenever I interview somebody for a graduate position in my lab, I tell them that stat, and I say, think about it, because your chances are not stacked well if your goal is to be a professor. That doesn't mean there aren't other flourishing opportunities available to you upon completion, and I think that's something that we need to convey effectively.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, please.
Answering to Kitajima-sensei's question, I was thinking about what would be. I totally understand that the conditions or the reason for happiness is different across people. I think from the experience, I have several times of trying to be recruited in Japanese universities, but there are almost no room for negotiation. I think that is important, critical to me, because for everyone, the reason for happiness is different. What people want is different. Some people want more time for research. Some people may need more salary. I don't know. But listening to what they want and then matching to what they want, I think that is very critical. Because what I felt from my experiences was that no, this is it. This is what we have. There's no negotiation. That is always the case, and then that made me think that, okay, they don't need me. It's abrupt. It's very, the end of the discussion to me. And that's very, very typical in Japanese university. So listening to what they want and then making the match, room for negotiation. Negotiation sounds not a good thing in Japanese because it's kosho, but I think that's really the room to make the incoming people happy. I believe. I think that is important.
Thank you very much for the comments. Please, Kesha.
I don't think I'm going to contribute anything knowledgeable, but maybe an entertaining story related to the equity. So I think one of the best examples that comes to my mind about how equity was used for gender balance goes back to when I was an undergrad. So this was now 26 years ago, or maybe 30 years ago. And there's always an intense rivalry between MIT and Caltech to recruit students. And the highest rivalry for this was for international students, because they were always above the average American student who were already smart. But then even more so for the international female students. And it was an intense rivalry. And when I was there at Caltech, the ratio used to be 1:3. So I think 1 female for every 3 male, or maybe it was 1:2. I can't remember exactly, but it was not equal. And I think it was Caltech that started to pay for the international female students to come and visit campus before they made their choice, so that it would aid in attracting the female students to Caltech. And then I think MIT responded. I could be getting the facts wrong, so it's a broad thing. I think MIT responded by recognizing that female students at the age of 17, 18 may not travel alone internationally. So I think MIT responded by paying for the student and a parent to come to MIT to visit. And I think, I don't know if this last part is really true or not, but I think Caltech then responded by paying for the student and the parent and then sending them for a day to Disneyland. But what is incredible is I think today, I recently was told this by a friend, that the Caltech population now is equal. It's equal female and male, at least at the undergraduate level. So it's really impressive, the hard work that they've done and achieved parity at this point. But it was very interesting to see that competition between MIT and Caltech, and it was really driven by competition.
I was just wondering if the Disneyland in Tokyo can help some. But anyway, the reason why I'm asking this kind of a question much is that is rooted to my own experience as a clinician before, when I started my social career, where I saw a lot of dying people who are looking back their life, therefore. And seems to be one factor that they are really keen on is whether or not you can utilize yourself in your life. And this point may be very important if we wish to think about scientific career, that some people are born to wish to think about something or thinking something new. And if those talents could be inhibited by any rules or any systems in the society, then people may regret it. And once it's okay, then the society may think if it's okay, but the rules we should have because of that, right? So we would be nice to articulate it here to explain why we are needed, I think. This is the reason why I'm asking this. And another reason why I'm asking this first, sorry, it's almost 2/3 of the time I have already spent, but was that asking someone to help us only may not happen anything I experienced through my governmental commitments. Maybe we needed to think about how we can deal with it by ourselves first, by changing something, and then asking more support from outside would be more successful. Therefore, I wish to ask the first question, how we can deal with the societal trust for the scientific activities, and then think about what kind of happiness we have or fulfillment we have. Then that will be the next conditions that we can suppose or to the governmental people to change some rules, how we can select any more appropriate people for any reasons or any purposes. Sorry to get into somewhat, again, confusing tasks, but before that, I have some question from outside online, which is, what are your thoughts on the optimization of a political funding allocation for research using AI? The reason why I'm asking this now is that I'm talking about human beings for fulfillment. So what do you think about utilization or connection with the AI about the research? And there may be more, how to say, burning questions from the governmental side to support that, to win some game globally. And what could be, therefore, the focus of selection if you are asked to design the system? Too tough? Sorry.
Is the question, if you had to use AI to design a selection system for projects,
maybe the original meaning was the optimization of political funding allocation for research using AI. So it's from outside pressure for scientists, but we are supported from that point of notion. How could we utilize it?
This is not my personal opinion. It's just the case in the U.S. I'm on the NIH study section, which evaluates the other people's grants. We are prohibited to use AI. None. So I kind of agree Yeah, because if you use AI, that information goes out to the public in the end. Yeah.
Any more?
I just think AI is a great tool if you're already an expert. It can really save you time, but it doesn't help you be creative. It's not it's by definition not creative. It's an information tool, but it's not something that really supports judgment. But perhaps we need to hear from younger researchers on this.
But our younger colleague.
Oh no, I'm certainly not. So I don't think AI is understood well enough to hand over the decision to AI, of course, but to use AI in some analysis that you might need to figure out what the current status is, to crunch data, as long as I think you understand that analysis later, might be reasonable. But I mean, I might use my computer and Excel sheet to crunch data as long as I understand the result later. So at this stage, I would not hand over the decision to AI. That's too big a decision to hand over anyway. But if you used AI to do analysis of what the current trends are and what that's benefited, as long as you understand the analysis yourself, maybe it's reasonable.
Thanks. Maybe it's nice to get back to the fulfillment. The reason why is that to promote brain circulation, we may need to ask what kind of fulfillment we can provide to those who wish to go out, wish to come back, or wish to come in, wish to get back to their own places. Maybe that's related to how people may feel fulfilled with the environment given. Like Igarashi-sensei, who has not been fulfilled with the Japanese university way of thinking. All right, yeah. So it may be changed, therefore, and what kind of change, therefore, we need. To that extent, I wish to promote the discussion now, because that's the final purpose that we need to do for this panel discussion. Please.
Actually, related to the brain circulation, maybe I just wanted to make a comment earlier. So I completely agree. We live in Japan. The yen is the yen, and you spend in Japan. In practice, I think what we've discovered at OIST, and maybe the secret is in the word itself, it's in brain circulation. So I think a lot of the international people who do end up coming, or even the Japanese who are there, they circulate. They're not stuck in Japan. They're going to go abroad. They're going to spend time somewhere else. They may develop family ties somewhere. They may already have family ties elsewhere. So in practice, I think tying their expenses to the yen and saying, well, you live in Japan, you earn in yen and you spend in yen, so it doesn't matter what the dollar is doing, ends up in practice not working. And it's the secret is in the word circulation. I think you're trying to recruit global leaders who have global lives and global responsibilities. So in practice, that's what happens, yeah.
Saka-san, please. Maybe I should say sensei now.
Thank you. Creativity comes when different things meet. When I visited Monash University, I jumped into the new area, business statistics area. Although my area is accounting, I asked the big name researcher in business statistics, and she has open-minded, and I was accepted. That experience led my research and my career to a new stage. If I were in Japan, I couldn't do the same thing. Actually, at that time, I was in difficulties at universities, even though I had to cut my stay short from 8 months to 3 months. But I'm happy that I made the decision to go. It was absolutely worth it. Research fields tend to become narrow and narrow. So meeting different discipline and different people abroad make your research and teaching will absolutely broaden. one of my messages is going overseas, expand your research and your career.
I'm really impressed by your talents to make the catch copies. These should be used for the report of this. But thank you so much, really. I think that is the way to utilize some out of the border, right? If you wish to fulfill your some talents which cannot be used in one environment, then you can seek for another and get there something, getting that back to your places. Any more experiences, please?
Can I just add that I think that you never know your own country and your own life until you've left it behind for some period of time. And so, you know, all the debates and discussions that go on internally or domestically seem quite different when you've spent time in a different context, and you see a little bit more clearly what's important and what's maybe not so important. So in my own experience, you know, living abroad and meeting my friends through the Global Young Academy and that network has been absolutely transformative, and has given me a perspective on not just my own career, but the role that science plays in the world, and for the betterment not of me personally, but of the communities that I serve at home and abroad, and it's been phenomenal. So I couldn't argue more strongly for it. Brain circulation.
Thanks. Any more, please? Something went on not as you expected, but you can overcome by going somewhere else.
Well, I totally echo with Ree's opinion. Yeah, because well, yesterday we have a cultural based idea. The way of thinking science is also based on culture. So Norwegians think differently. American people think differently. Well, of course, it's not just American people. So many people in the U.S. So that really opened up my mind. So.
Thanks. How about you?
I think in my case, it's so obvious. I would not have been able to do any of the things that I did as a professor had I not come to Japan. It's very clear. And I understand that OIST may not be a traditional Japanese university, but it is a Japanese university. It's paid for by Japanese taxpayers. It's based in Japan, and we work for Japan. So the fact that this university existed and I was able to do the science that I could do, I'm 100% sure I could not have done it anywhere else in the world. So there's...
Thank you so much. Everyone's comment is so short, kind of a summarize. Therefore, I need to elongate some 30 minutes more now. So may I ask for more sharing of your experiences? Because if that happened, I think the report will be full of examples that younger people can follow. So from this point of view, I think I wish to ask more comments on these kind of experiences where you feel somehow inhibited by the given environment somewhere, and going out, you can find your more talent somewhere, and you can get that back to your hometown maybe, or you can stay still on that place. The kind of story will be very fascinating sometimes, and very making braveness for the younger people to go out, I think. Therefore, I wish to ask you some. From this point of view, yes, Hibiya-sensei, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak up now. I would like to follow up on Kitajima-san's comments about diversity. Diversity is important at every level, especially at the leadership level, or those who make decisions. The decision-making body should consist of as diverse people as possible. And of course, Kassen-san mentioned, they may not be the same all the time. They may change from the time, but at any point, diversity at the decision-making body is very important. Now, as a female researcher, I came back to Japan. Unfortunately, I was very kind of felt guilty when I heard your story, Kitajima-san, yesterday, because you stayed 29 years in the States. I came back exactly at the age of 29, and I did have an assistant professor position. Of course, we do not belong to the same field. So some of us was able to do that, not many. And since then, of course, gender inequality is a major problem. But at the same time, I felt somewhat more strongly about age problem. Seniority in this country is so strong. And in many cases, it is intertwined with gender equality among other factors too. But as far as this country is concerned, I think seniority is probably more serious than gender discrimination. We have to solve that first. So Dani-san mentioned some of your comments at OIST, and when we were discussing during the break informally, you shared with me some more interesting or entertaining stories. Igarashi-san also felt the same way, particularly for the funding scheme. So if you two and other two as well, and Kano-san too, can comment how we can tackle this problem and make this country seniority free.
That's rooted to the Confucianism, which we imported almost 1,000 years ago. So it should make a lot of efforts still. But Isa-sensei, please.
My answer is time will make answer. Maybe it's Sweden and other North European country. There is a gender equality is developed past 50 or 70 years. Back to in the past, there's a very dominant country, but gradually changing right now. But Japan did not change substantially, so we need to address and make more effort to change it. But seniority is one of the huge obstacles. Maybe we need to wait.
No, we cannot wait.
In a manga or life, we
should. I think it's it's OIST and Research Excellence University have a different, completely different, try to make a different system. But is a traditional system is also exist together. So it's a very problem is how to reconcile these two problems, two organization. And maybe to make more effort to make function more for new organization. So it's one of the challenge.
That's true. One thing that I have found in the pandemic time was that very nice ideas really exist, place to place in Japan. But those are not connected. And that kind of new ideas cannot be collective in this country much, seemingly. So let's make it collective more. For example, not only having OIST as the one point of new trial, but how we can circulate it more to the society would be another question to ask, if I echo Iso-sensei's comment. So may I have, yes, Wilfred. Sorry to wait for you, make you wait for.
A very, very brief remark. I think that you should be optimistic in Japan. The Netherlands never, ever had a female prime minister. So when you think about role models, be careful. So I think Japan is definitely ahead of the Netherlands there. And also you had a very young female minister here attending us in the morning. So I think that's very positive and reason to be optimistic. That's my small remark.
May I also ask you to share the fact that you will soon have the Minister for Science and Technology from Young Academy graduates?
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So now is the good news coming. Now we will have indeed a female Minister for Science and Education, Rianne Letchert. She was actually also playing a major role in the formation of the new government, which is a very non-trivial task in the Netherlands. We have over 30 political parties, and it's a mess basically. But she managed, and she will become that. And she was indeed a member of the Young Academy in the Netherlands. And actually, the new president of our academy will be a former member of the Young Academy. So indeed, I think it echoes also what Reese said, that it's your best bet on leadership. I think we are good that we put our bets there. Yeah.
One strength of the GYA selection process is that not only to see the pure scientific outputs, but also commitment to the society we have. And once they lose it, I've heard, and when that happens, then the structure itself gets weakened, and therefore they recover the criteria, and which will be very important to connect the society and science, I think.
If you allow me one
first, sorry.
Excuse me. An unrelated thing about the gender balance. So one very recent issue that caused a lot of turmoil at our university was PhD degrees with distinction. So we call it cum laude with distinction. So we don't give grades, but you could give distinction. And what our university, University of Twente, found out is that there is really an imbalance for male and female getting this distinction. And they were struggling so much with that they finally decided to completely abandon the distinction at all, which I think was, okay, you can think all kinds of things with it, but again, a sign of modesty from our side is that also these issues are still playing a role in our side of the world. So also there, I think it's a reason to be modest also from our side.
May I ask one more question? Sorry, as a chairperson's sake, please allow me. What kind of talent you have been able to fulfill when you come to Japan?
I think it's very nice to see how much this country and culture is really thinking more from a collective point of view. I'm coming from a part of the world where the individual is really central and the whole universe is basically, so the Earth is not going around the sun. No, everything, the whole universe is turning around me, right? And okay, this is my holiday time and everything should be arranged around me. And this is of course kind of pushing it, but coming here and see that there's a completely different perspective possible, and it's an eye-opener, and it allowed me to maybe think of a kind of middle way, and not to be extreme on the, let's say, Dutch side or on the more. That I think was a very big takeaway for me. There are many others, but I think that's one of the crucial things. Yeah.
Truly, indeed. Thank you so much, really. And if we can experience both extremities, then we can balance between them. Right. Ogaki-sensei, thank you for waiting. Thanks, Wilfred.
Yeah, I just want to add some positive stories for young people who are thinking of studying abroad. So in my case, I got my master's degree at the Osaka University in economics, and then went to Chicago for 4 years to get my PhD, and I had 6 years at the University of Rochester for assistant professor, and I had some nice publications. And at the time, I was thinking about going back to Japan. And at least one university was very open for me to come back. But after thinking hard, I decided to go to Ohio State University. And I ended up in the United States for 25 years. And then my wife really wanted to go back to Japan after our children go to universities and they left home, and she from the beginning she didn't want to go to the United States. So she decided that it's time for her to go back, and I really have to somehow find a job, and luckily I found a job. And one positive thing is that in economics, actually, this seniority issue is much less of a problem as long as you have publications. So as long as we have publications, some good universities are very eager to hire us. So that's so that this seems to depend on fields for one thing. Another thing is in economics, I used to be able to do my research with very small funding because I was doing I was using data that were collected by the government, and I was doing theoretical statistics to apply for that. And I needed some money to travel and so on, but not much. But then the situation changed, that now in economics, we need to collect data on our own. I do lots of experiments to collect data these days, and that takes a lot of money. In the United States, I had trouble getting funding almost always. I got one NSF, but that was it for NSF, and NSF kept on rejecting my proposal. It's probably not the NSF's fault, but when I came back to Japan, Kakenhi was much more reasonable to me. That as long as, and it's not just me, like Hide Ichimura, who gave a really prestigious international association talk recently. He said while he was in the United States, he had trouble getting funds, and when he came back to Japan, it was much reasonable to get Kakenhi. So Kakenhi is much better than some other countries' funding, in my opinion. So on positive note, that when we publish papers while we go abroad, in some fields it's easier to come back, and when we come back, we have wonderful Kakenhi. So that's my positive story.
Thank you, really. When I'm attending, again, the governmental committee to think about the international affairs in Monkasho next, we not tend to talk about what could be the attractiveness of this environment here in Japan. And those are not articulated yet, I think. So it's nice for us to think about what types of people can feel attractive for here. And if we can articulate it, then we can advertise it outside. Yeah, please.
I can immediately tell you, if you want to build top-class experimental facilities, you want to do it in Japan. When you want to build something and you talk to the facilities and they agree to do it, it's going to be to spec, it's going to be on time, it's going to be done exactly the way you want it done. And there is no compromise on that. You want to do world-class experiments, you need fantastic facilities, and Japan's ecosystem delivers. And I do not think you can get this almost anywhere else in the world nowadays. I hear Germany struggles to deliver things on time. America has fallen behind. I think UK has even given up on large-scale instrumentation they're going to large-scale instrumentation. They've given up on lab-based sophisticated instrumentation. The Americans are also moving towards large-scale instrumentation rather than individual lab-based, in my opinion. So I think that's a big strength in Japan. Yeah.
So it was somehow materialized side of the story. what kind of mindsets or social norms here can support scientific activities? Actually, we scientists in this society may sometimes feel that the original Japanese norms may not going well so much with the scientific works. So if you can find anything that is going well with that.
The next big thing that comes to mind is safety. I mean, the culture here is extremely safe. You're not going to be tricked. You can make mistakes. People help you. You're not going to get robbed. I remember I was over in the middle. I was talking about anecdotes in Japan when I'd first come here, and I asked someone, how come there are not more kidnappings in Japan? And the person looked at me and said, but why would you want someone else's children? But in the US, that's such a big deal nowadays that these safety issues are tremendous to raise a family.
Thanks a lot. Saka-san, please, first.
Thank you. Last week, I visited Hong Kong and Shenzhen. I heard that talented kids are now coming to Japan, learning Japanese and taking an entrance exam for highest level of junior high school in Tokyo, and they passed. The reason for them to come is enter highest level of university in China and Hong Kong is too competitive. Even after overcoming Japanese, it may be easier to get in the top university in Japan. And junior high school and high school education quality is much better, and the tuition is reasonable. In some emerging countries, when government support students to go abroad, they don't come back. They have brain drain problem. But now, Japan educational environment and social environment still has a big potential to attract global talent. And there are plenty of good jobs in Japan. So still, it might be a good sign for us.
Thank you so much. So the job security actually seems to be not well supported here for the foreign students coming into Japan is one thing that we discuss. So if we can connect them to the job market here, not force them to speak in Japanese. That's the point, I think. Thank you so much. 10 minutes more. Yes, Wilfred, please.
Yeah, thank you. So talking about other attractive points for Japan, I think culture is really a very strong card to play. So just from my experience at our university, students organize by themselves in groups study tours to any place in the world. And Japan, by far one of the most favorite countries to organize a study tour to. So that comes out of themselves. The reasons why, well, first of all, it's very far away, so that's good for students because they want to make a big trip. But also what I notice is how popular Japanese culture is with them. Sometimes I'm flabbergasted that they start to speak Japanese to me and say, how did you learn this Japanese? Yeah, because I watch anime all the time. It's amazing. And there's a matcha boom, and there's really a lot of interest, and noticeably, especially among STEM students, somehow it clicks with these very special anime and Japanese cultural aspects. So for going for an internship, you saw how many students, and I don't need to push them to come. They come, oh, I want to go to Japan because I love Japan. I've never been there, but I really want to go there. So I think if you go now the next step and maybe go for like postdocs or some, personally, I think you don't need to have so much effort to convince them that it's a real special experience. I'm not saying that they will stay all their lives, of course, but for this circulation, I think that's exactly the point, right? So I'm very optimistic there in this time we're living that it's really potentially a very attractive destination, especially because of the maybe exotic elements. I think play that card, and I think it will be good.
Rob, please. Rob first, and then may I ask you afterwards.
Thank you. I just wanted to completely echo Wilfred's comments. I think the love for Japanese culture and the love for Japanese character is maybe stronger than you realize. You can do a Google search for the phrase post-Japan depression to see how some of us feel when we return home after visiting this country. Last night I received a text message out of the blue from a friend of mine in Edinburgh who said, "How are you?" And I said, speaking of happiness, I said, happy, because I'm in Tokyo.
Sorry. So one of the comments, that Kano Sensei is asking about the questions, who's going to be targeted? Sorry. So, sorry. So I think it's the target is, of course, the young people, young scientists as well. But I think it's the one we on target is the young scientists in abroad. So I think we can use the money to recruit them to go over to the Japan's. I think it's like the people may think as a foreigner is might be the good options, but I think it's we don't forget the talented people, a lot of Japanese talented people in abroad. So they are not really able to come back, for example. And then, like, for example, the Igarashi Sensei is like working the double things in the US and the Japan. I think it's a very great model because the young scientists in Japan see, oh, this is a great thing, a great professor is coming from the abroad. They're very successful. And then if they got made, and I don't know, it's maybe got great money or whatever, it's very successful. This is a learning model to kind of bring circulations, I think. And then, like, if we get more students to want to go to the PhD, so that's like more like we have to show them like what we can do, you know. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. We have 5 more minutes, and I'm afraid if I can ask one more comment to the last, but maybe we should have the voice heard. Thank you. Please.
Yes, thank you. It's Sebastian de Bak from the Netherlands Embassy, and I'm receiving all those study groups where Wilfred is talking about. So I think every month there's a study group from Dutch University visiting Tokyo and also the embassy. So that's really good to see, and always nice to share how it's like to live in Japan and what they can learn also from the cultural differences. So I truly echo that. I have a question for the panel. What could governments and maybe also embassies do to promote international talent mobility and circulation even more? Thank you.
Thank you so much. By answering that, I think we can close this panel discussion. Please go ahead.
I can give you, as an Indian, the most obvious: make it easier for us to travel without visas. It's so difficult. I switched from Indian citizenship to American citizenship 1 month before I came to Japan, or 1 week before I came to Japan, because I knew if I came here on Indian citizenship, it's practically impossible for me to travel. Extraordinarily difficult, and if that's one thing that would change the lives of people in developing countries.
You can go with some other answers too, if you wish.
I actually just echo that, because when in Canada, I have students from all over the world, and my Indian PhD student has not been able to get, he wanted to go to a Gordon conference in the United States, applied to the conference, got accepted. This was more for the Canadian the American system, and tried to get an appointment to get his visa, and they gave him, conference was in 3 months, and the appointment was in 2 years. So I think anything we can do collectively in a global context through governments to make it easier for students to train abroad and to travel abroad in general is a positive.
How about some of you? Any recommendation? Not only for embassies but also for governments.
Well, yeah. Well.
Because in this body we can recommendation as well.
Well, visa is also an issue for foreigners in the U.S., especially for people from China. They cannot go out.
Saka-sensei, would you add something? It should not be necessarily answering the question, but
then I emphasize again that future leaders should know and understand each other beyond border, so that what wouldn't happen again. Thinking of Erasmus, investing in people and building human connection, including brain circulation, are essential for researcher or student, for government, for world peace. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. So we will still have some more minutes. So may I ask Laura, yes, to share your view, because you are another younger talent who's experiencing not only Italy, Sweden, but Japan too, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add something in particular on this last question and what Japan could do maybe more for foreign researchers here. Once you get a position, which is already difficult, you accept that the salary might be lower, but for sustainability, we also need structures that help us once we're here inside the university. Because very often, you know, if you don't have a secretary helping you or someone helping you with all the forms and admin, it's very hard, and it's heavy on both sides, so it's hard to ask. And like, I wanted to raise an example, like now I got a fellowship from Sweden, and I'm based here, and I'm struggling so much to understand the taxation, for example, because there is no, and I've asked like to 3 different tax offices, and they have no answer. And I think this says a lot about how little maybe population of foreigners with a, and this is great for Japan because I'm getting a scholarship from abroad, so you know, I'm bringing in money, but they cannot support me because they don't know, they don't have cases like this. So, and my colleagues in other countries, no problem. Like, it's a fellowship, no tax, whatever, but it's kind of more defined. So I think really the policies, the society have to be more accessible and more supportive for us coming here. Because otherwise, I think, you know, there's good and bad in every country, you know, pros and cons. And so it's a balance. And for me, being in Japan is so positive for many things. There are some negatives, but I feel there's so much potential here. And for me, it's very exciting also to think about what we can do with examples from abroad to make it better and make people see the great things that Japan has to offer. So yeah, just an example from my experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you?
If I have a couple of minutes, I'll answer that, and then maybe a very nice anecdote that fits in.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So this, I think, is a very important point, and we recognized it early at OIST. And OIST built a resource center that's staffed by about 5 people that you can call any researcher, anyone from the OIST community, spouses, children, can call them to help them. So they don't leave the office, but they'll phone people and they'll do virtually everything for you. And it's really wonderful, and it's all the people in Japan, Tohoku, etc., that are trying to build this support structure for foreigners. This is key. You're out somewhere, you have a flat tire, you need to be able to call someone to be able to do this. So let me end with a very nice anecdote that maybe connects to this. So I called up the resource center one day. Of course, I'm a physicist, I'm super busy. I wanted to take my wife out for Valentine's Day, and I needed to make a reservation. So I called up the resource center. I emailed Yoko at the resource center, and I said, can you give me a list of some nice restaurants I can take my wife to? So of course, in typical Japanese style, she gave me the list, and she was very nice. And she said, tell me what time you want to go, I'll make the reservation. And I was like, well, I was going to do that myself, but thank you. She took care of everything. We had the dinner, it was a beautiful dinner. And then a week later, I bumped into her. I went and I said, thank you. And I went to the resource center and I said, thank you, Yoko. That was wonderful that you organized everything. And she's like, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. It turned out I accidentally emailed the president's secretary, Yoko. but she never told me. She never told me what had happened. I just typed Yoko in the email address, and it was the president's secretary who made all the arrangements for me, never said a word, and I had no idea till like a week later. And then I went and thanked the president's secretary. So I think that's another aspect of the culture. I mean, certainly I've been made to feel very, very welcome here. It's been a wonderful place to have been. And when at one point the emperor and the empress visited Japan, and we were given many, many strict orders: don't touch them, don't look them in the eye, don't ask questions, etc., etc. But in reality, when they saw us faculty lining up, they came to us themselves. And at one point, the empress put her arm around me and asked me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "From India." And she said, "Oh, I hope my people are treating you well." I mean, that was just incredible. It was such a warm sentiment. We love Japan, and the country's treated us very, very well here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's nice to have this comment at the last, but if you wish to have more closing comments from you, then I will wish to welcome. Is it okay? Okay. So please capture these panelists in the lunchtime if you wish to speak more. But it's really a pleasure for me to have you all as the panelists, and also thank you very much for your audience for collaborating with this panel discussion. With this, I wish to close now, and the next session will start in 1.5 hours. Sorry, two, which means only 1 hour. Sorry. Please, but enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Hiroyasu Iso. I'm a Vice President for Liaison with the Government Society at the Science Council of Japan. I also serve as the Director of Institute for Global Health Policy Research with the Bureau of Global Health Cooperation at the Japan Institute for Health Security. I'll be the moderator of today's panel discussion. Please allow me to introduce panelists, starting with panelist next to me, Wilfred von der Wiel-san, because it was yesterday's Kitajima's panel session. We have, frankly speaking, and relationship. We need to say Professor Kyoju. We avoid such a name. So it's a san way to make it. Wiel-san, full professor, University of Tennessee, co-director, University of Munster. And Fukami Tadashi-san, professor, Stanford. Hamada Fumie-san, professor, University of California, Davis, Department of Neurobiology, Physiology, Behavior. Rob Jenkins-san, professor of psychology, University of York, and Keshur Mudani-san, professor, director, Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, Open Center for Energy. Okay, let's start this session. Okay, let me see. We now welcome to audience question. Let's start. Because yesterday, Kitajima sensei's panel leading a panel discussion, and Kano sensei leading another panel discussion today, they did a wonderful job. So I had a little thing to do, but this session, most of yesterday's, today's speaker getting together and to summing up our seminar, and also addressing what we need to do next, especially in Japan and also is abroad. And I'm thinking that to summarize some structural view of many of the audience addressed, and something unified concept is One is happiness. Happiness for individual researchers, happiness for partners, happiness for families. Is very, very important, essential for researchers to keep their researches in the long run, to promote their own position. And so it's happiness is one word. And in thinking of the happiness, we need to several life course stages. One is first one, the graduate students, and then to get the degree and the doctors, and the postdoc and the PIs. Second stage is PIs, and third stage is PI. Is to belong to some institute, research institute or university. So level of such institutional or university level, and then to facing society, and then go back to society. There are many persons component is latent, and students, children. Elementary school children and middle school and high school, and also graduate students, and then go back to graduate students level. So second one is, I think in this session, we to ask every presentators for additional comment for this concept of happiness. And then lastly, we shifted to how to address improvement, address something to improvement of research system in Japan and other countries. So screaming up, as Professor Igarashi-sensei suggested, is very important. Because the mission of this Science Council of Japan is we assembling many researchers' opinion in the different field to address national government or community organization and universities or other institutions. So I think in this two modality we want to discuss today. So first of all, in terms of happiness, could you adding some comment on Bill Sensei, please?
Thank you very much, Isusan. Yeah, I was thinking what was really making me happy coming to Japan, and I think to a big part, it was actually being really part of a community of trainees. I came for the first time, saying overlands in the last millennium, 1999, to NTT, but I was not only me on an island. It was really part of a community of trainees. Stayed together with some international students in the dormitory of NTT, together with Japanese students but also staff. And there was, from the first day on, there was really the feeling, okay, you're part of a group, we're going out together, we're going to do something in the weekend together. And I think that is also super important. And the fact that you have a group of friends, we started to organizing a movie club in the boardroom of the NTT Basic Research Lab. It was a brilliant idea of a French colleague of mine, and people found that they accepted that, and all these funny ideas that we had contributed largely to a sense of happiness. And so having something to do on a Friday night, go climb a mountain in the weekend or so, I think makes the atmosphere very, very nice, and you don't feel lonely, basically. And I saw that also later on when we sent students, well, to NTT, which I knew, but also to NIMS, for example, where they really had an international house, really community. So there is a kind of critical mass, and that is very important. But if you get that message across, also, then yeah, it becomes maybe also less of a step to go to the other end of the world. So that is my 2 cents on happiness.
I completely agree with that. That I think that after all, I think humans are social animals, and I think the sense of community is really important for happiness. I completely agree with that. And then maybe somewhat related to that, I learned a lot from presentations today and in this panel discussions today. And I think some of the highlights to me was what Hamada-san was pointing out about the importance of supporting dual career. That's one of the things that I think that that we can learn a lot from other countries, US and other countries, that Japan can learn a lot from. And then another thing I think Hamada-san also said was about how PhD students were trained. I think it was you who mentioned that the PhD students are also trained as mentors too, and then they have autonomy that was you who were talking about it, that the PhD students are trusted as mentors for undergraduate students, and postdocs are trusted as independent mentor, a lot of autonomy in advising graduate students, undergraduate students. And I think that's something that we have that also in Japan, I'm sure, in Japanese universities, but I think that's another thing that from my observation too, that the Japanese universities maybe can learn from the US universities, that kind of structure of mentoring with autonomy. And then, and also I thought that what Dani-san was saying about OIST, and I think there seems to be a lot we can learn from the rest of the Japanese universities. I think the system in OIST, I think there's a lot we can learn from that. And then about society, shall we also start talking about society a little bit? We can talk more about that, but okay, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So Fukami Sensei talked about many stuff that so happiness to me is for me is a family, and then without happiness, like the Keishabu Sensei talked about, without happiness, I don't think we can get the great science. So I mentioned the dual career things. I didn't mention one thing. Is when I moved to US as a postdoc, I applied for the postdoc. At the time, my husband was still in the graduate students. So even though he is still like graduate students, he was able to go to abroad because he has Gakushin JSPS. So he used the system to go abroad with me. And of course, my advisor is really flexible to allow us to go to abroad together. So I think it's maybe some things, somehow, some flexibility help this culture in science in Japan, I think.
We're talking specifically about graduate
or PI level, and then going to next institution or society level.
Mm-hmm. I think an important component of happiness, people like to feel that they are useful. And to fully realize that, you have to find out how you can be useful, and really you pick that up only when you spend time mixing with other people, and you can get a sense of what your own strengths and limitations are relative to those of other people. Because we take our own constitution that way for granted. And when you can get an external view, by paying attention to what people ask you to help with, where they want your input, you can begin to map where your value lies and where your contributions can be most usefully made. And I think that happens at the career stage we're talking about, when you're maybe done with a first degree at university and starting to make research contributions and asked to consider original ideas of your own and bring those to the table. So I think it's an important time for development, and this is where the more input you can get and the more varied the input you can get, for example, by moving to different labs, to different countries, to different cultures, then you can really develop this sense more quickly and then make a more effective contribution that makes use of your skills. And this is one path to happiness, I think. Necessary but not sufficient to me.
I mentioned earlier, pardon me, the word happiness is sort of something that I find difficult to sometimes grapple with. So I prefer fulfillment or flourishing. And I think my reflection on this, I don't have any strong answers, but just an observation derived from a conversation that I had a few nights ago with my colleagues and friends, that from the PI level, what is happy, flourishing, or fulfillment early in a career isn't always the same thing later in the career. And I think there's a reflection there that is worth considering. It's not unique to Japan or to any. It's just a product of who we are. A friend of mine commented that somebody who reaches the middle of their career and keeps working in the same way with the same effort and with the same goals as they did early in their career sometimes ends up rather unhappy later in their career, and that there's a shift that one needs to take in orientation from supporting oneself or passing the tests, whether it's promotion or tenure and so on, to supporting others, in particular students. And I just offer that as a reflection.
People have given some very insightful comments and covered everything. I don't know what else to add. I was thinking back when I was a graduate student. I was a graduate student in the US. I think in addition to the things that we talked about, financial security, community, etc., I think maybe I enjoyed having a hobby that was not related to science and being able to do that. And sometimes in Okinawa, I miss that. Of course, it's different. I'm no longer a grad student. I have a family, etc. And one of the most difficult times as a grad student in the US was during holidays, during Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the only community you had then was the international students and Chinese restaurants, because that's the only thing that's open in the US during the holidays. So.
Thank you very much. And, synthesize audience, no, not audience, speakers' presentation is, I think, early career development. Is it is a human instinct to have a curiosity. Everything. In this sense, researchers have some curiosity to seeking truth, seeking nothing discovered, why something happened. So there's a curiosity is a first step. And then to develop and maintain curiosity, Bill Sensei said, or other person said, trust and a good relationship is very, very important at the level of graduate students and PhD students. And then, and also support from is a mentor. The professors or associate professor faculty is very, very important. And once they have get doctors, PhD, finished a PhD, so they become a postdoctoral fellow. And in Japan, there's a very traditional hierarchy. It takes after PI to make a professor. It takes 10 to 15 years in the traditional way. But Europe, in America, in many cases, they have a PI just after to get thesis, a postdoc. So it's a very large difference in Japan, in other European, US countries. So I think as a 15 years long time should be reduced in Japanese system. So that's I think as many people, most of the speakers have some consensus of this to improvement of the Japanese system. And after PI, it's not all persons are successful in the PI phases. Some are very competitive, risk-taking. So it's very, very competitive. Even though it's, I think it's in the traditional Japanese way, it's not after postdoc is not so competitive. Not so competitive. Maybe have doing some work related to this situation, and then go up to the upper position if professor like him or her. But it's a PI in the Europe and United States. They have their own risk and also responsibility. Very competitive way. But all of you addressed that there is a supporting system, mentorship, seminar, group meeting, regular group meeting. So scientists collect new information, new technique, or developing new networks. This is a good point. But too strong mentorship is not useful sometimes. So as Dani Sensei said, as a PI, respectfully listen to mentorship opinion, but they didn't take it because they're very independent to seeking innovative work. But sometimes it's a good opinion, advice. And also as Hamada Sensei showed, that there is a system, a dual career supporting system in the United States and Europe. And we don't have a dual supporting system in Japan. So I think it's a very useful, way to do support scientists and their partners. And also research budget is high. Also salary is, thinking about, cost of living. Taking into cost of living is not so large difference between Japan and other countries. But budget for research is higher, higher in Europe and US compared to Japan. It's maybe double, triple, or more. So it's if PI strong, hypothesis strong, your documentation strong idea, they have a better chance to get a higher budget, larger budget for proceeding research. So many of you have successful to take in such a research budget. And so You got a sis over there. Okay. You addressed comparison of research budget between Japan and the other countries. So there's a huge difference, although as salary is not so different, taking account consuming prices, and so I think as a research budget is there is some additional comment on research budget because the Japanese government is now want to increase the research budget from Kaken is they said our community, researchers community, and also many body of research groups addressed national government 2 years ago to increasing a kaken amount of kaken by double, because during 20 years commodity price is going up. So, but the budget is from a kaken budget is constant. So actually, essentially going down by half. So is they said scientists, the whole body of scientists, we address at least double, but the double is not sufficient, because double means same level. But actually, it takes officials from Ministry of Education and Sports, Culture, Sports and Technology. She said we did effort. We did a lot of effort in the Kaken budget increase by about 10 to 12% during the 2 years. It's far from double. So I think we need to do is similar other strategy, including budget up to European US level. Do you have any idea what we should do? Is maybe economic decline and stable, maybe a new cabinet may address a new strategy for investment and to make people's life good, better and better. But industrial power is not so recovered rapidly. Do you have any idea? It's a very difficult question. Do you have? Okay,
I don't know if my answer is exactly this, but I think it's worth thinking about how we can get private foundations and philanthropists to contribute to Japanese science in Japan. I'm amazed that there are Japanese billionaires who will contribute billions of dollars in California, but will not do it to Japanese universities here, to my understanding. As well as, I've not followed all the facts, but I hear that, for example, Toyota USA contributes to science in the US, but I don't know if Toyota Japan contributes in the same way to science here. And of course, SoftBank is making significant contributions in California and the US, but I don't think they're in the same scale in Japan. And I've never completely understood why, because in OIST, we are trying to go after that money, but we keep getting told that there is no culture here to contribute to Japanese science through private philanthropy and foundation.
Many major Japanese companies provide some research budget to young researchers, but a very small amount. And large amount should be going to the university or higher position professors. So it's it's a very traditional way. And top professor is have some budget, but then provide a lower level faculties. So its creative activity is not so facilitated. So it's a problem right now. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to connect to that because I think, first of all, before starting to think about increasing budget, I think it's really important to think what do you like to achieve with this money, right? So money is by excellence a way to steer, to guide. And this is not just true for Japan, I think for the Netherlands and any country for that matter. And so think about the ratio between basic research, more applied research. Think about stimulating indeed new young researchers versus indeed more established. And then if you have this policy in place, then you can say, okay, where are we lacking behind now? Maybe everywhere, maybe in specific parts. Because there is a tendency in Europe, but I think also in Japan, to have these like astronomic mega grants on, I don't know, quantum computing or other topics which are like super, super large, and they go to the famous professors and the people who are in the position to lobby well. And that may be all fine if you can also cater to these other categories. So I think as a country you have to think, okay, what is the volume of research we can sustain and basic research applied, and then think, okay, how can we then use taxpayers' money and, if possible, of course, also private money to support that policy. But I think everything starts with having a vision what to achieve. And that may also be more effective to policymakers. They get probably very irritated to say, well, it's great, but we don't have enough money. We need more money to research. Of course, everybody they talk with probably say we need more money. Fair enough. But if you start with presenting your goals and we want to achieve this and this, and by the way, in this category we would need some more money, maybe that's a more convincing story.
I think it's like if the people get more money, so that's always good things. But if we have to use the current resource, I think it's the best things for the Japanese scientists. I think because like I was like when I did the Sakigake, I was really impressed by the scientist is like geographically very close. And then they have a very active discussion each other's. So that's like American in the scientists in the US don't have it. So I do think it's like the group discussions is really beneficial in Japan because geographically it's very close. So I wonder maybe in interdisciplinary like some system to maybe kind of group maybe group like a project or something, and that's including maybe senior scientists and also younger scientists who pursue some like project or something. So that may be using less money to invest some experiment, I think.
I just wanted to offer a reflection that if this conversation is about reconsidering how Japan funds its research system, then let's put everything on the table. Obviously, we are all, as researchers, we all want more money. The point has been made, Wilfred made it very well, that you have to have a vision for that. I think the other dimension to that I would offer, pardon me, for reflection is, do you want to support a research project, a research program, or a researcher? There are very different kinds of ways of supporting. There's probably room for the full portfolio in a national system. In Canada, the so-called bread and butter of my research is through a program-based research support. Very short grants, once every 5 years, not a lot of money, but enough and stable. And one of the things, and that's secured, that's stable for 5 years, that counts for a lot because it allows for planning. And that's supposed to be, the philosophy is this is a core source of funding, and ideally one builds or amends or along that. So it's very different from, I mean, of the many differences between Canada and the US, we're a little bit more of a socialist approach to things. But in our research funding, similar to what Rob showed in his graph, in your as the mean goes up, so does the variance. We keep the variance quite low, and that helps, I think, for the most part. Anyway, something to consider.
If I can just build on that point. Yeah, the more money argument, I think the novelty soon wears off when governments hear this. But, well, maybe I should preface this by saying, of course, the kind of basic needs of being able to live a secure life and provide for your family and have shelter and so on. This is, of course, important. But beyond that, I wonder if other values begin to become more important than cash value. Keshav and also Anna Dreber yesterday both mentioned funding schemes that kind of trust the scientist in the sense of, you know, we believe in you, do whatever you think is best. And I think that kind of autonomy is valuable in a way that maybe extra money can't compensate for if that autonomy is missing. I mean, in my own career, I have moved to a position where I had a higher salary and more resources, no administration load, no teaching load. It was a permanent post, but my autonomy was lower just because of organizational factors. And it was the stage of my career where I was least happy. And I left this permanent post after about 18 months. So I wonder, beyond a certain level of funding, are there other aspects of the research environment that come to the fore, and then we get out of talking about funding per se and more about organizational factors? I think that maybe dovetails with what you're saying about this funding program that is not so elaborate in terms of the financing, but gives you a lot of freedom.
That's interesting. It's, you maybe balance is very important. It's individual level. Something, you know, is you said true autonomy is something is not good for you. What do you mean? So it's a high budget, no you know, responsibility of teaching, no responsibility of collaborative work. I think it's a heaven for researchers. Sometimes it's not good. Oh, really?
Just for a little bit of context, I had come off what's it called? Postdoctoral fellowship scheme from the British Academy, and that was the kind of do whatever you want scheme that was described by Anna Dreber yesterday. And that was extremely productive. And in fact, Anna's story resonated with me because I put in a proposal saying, well, I'll do this and this and this. I did the first bit and then sort of stumbled across something I thought was way more interesting. So I wrote to them and said, do you mind if I do this instead? And they said, no, sounds great. So I did that instead, and that actually became the foundation of my career. But the next step I took sounded fantastic on paper for all the reasons you reflected back to me. But yeah, I can't deny it was an unhappy time for me, and I was glad to move on. And I think autonomy was the thing that made the difference. I'd gone from having total academic freedom to having a lot of freedom in some ways, but I was not able to set my own course independently. And I underestimated how much of an impact that would have on my well-being.
Maybe I'll make a comment, and I'll make it, I don't want to sound too dark, but in terms of the question of what do we deliver, I think there's a reasonable worry that the world is splintering, coalitions are breaking down, and each country has to potentially rely significantly on its own security and economic development. Under these circumstances, I think science budgets form an important part of guaranteeing a nation's future security. And maybe this is a good time for good developed nations in the world to recognize that investing in their own scientific budgets could help in their security and development for the future. It may not be as easy to rely on the scientific and technological developments in other parts of the world like we have in the past. That could be an important case to make to the government in what will investments of science return.
If I could build on that as the Canadian in the room and echo the words of my Prime Minister recently in Davos, there's an opportunity here, I think, for middle powers to, as you say, Keshav, invest domestically, but think collaboratively with like-minded countries. The splintering is causing anxiety the world over. None of us are immune to it. And I think that there is a real opportunity for, as this forum has demonstrated, for a form of soft diplomacy through science. And I think that is something worth exploring. Hopefully, I hope Canada will continue to do that, and perhaps Japan might consider something similar.
Yeah, it's Science Council of Japan is addressing its very importance of balance between basic science and applied science, because applied science is also important, but balance is very important, because basic science may have caused some invention, and the invention itself leading to eventually leading to innovation, and then going to society's profits, society, to make useful to society and people's happiness, people's longevity or something. So its a balance is very good. And also your country is, do you have a set to some balance? So basic and applied science in Netherlands is so is a government consistently thinking importance of balance?
Yeah, there's definitely been an increasing tendency to push more for applied science, or some people call useful science. So there's definitely this tendency. And there have been quite a lot of cuts in scientific fields, fundamental scientific fields, that have a hard job to make a case for application. So if you think about, I don't know, literature of the Middle Ages, or I don't know, the very exotic languages or so, they are under a lot of pressure. Whereas, for example, if you're more like in engineering fields or so, you have an easier case. But having said that, I think whatever field you want to sustain a certain ratio of really curiosity-driven science research and And it's fair that also if you are supporting from a Minister of Economic Affairs, of course, you want to have a return of investment. That's only fair. And I think it's a matter of a society to decide, okay, where exactly you put this balance. But there should be this agreement. Again, what we see, and I think also in Europe, there is really a push for outcome, which is, on the other hand, also not necessarily bad, even from the viewpoint of I still consider myself basic researcher, is that sometimes the more more application-driven approach can also even give you a more directed focus, even if you are looking for basic things. So I think saying again, the balance is crucial there. Yeah.
Thank you. Now I think moving on to the stage of institution or university. So what's the happiness for university? Well, university thinks it's how university being happy or institution happy. And as Abiu-san said, address, even though it's bottom-up approach is very important, but as well as bottom-up, top-down approach is very important to, you did make a MOU with different university in different countries to promote the brain circulation. So some of the framework is very important. So do you have some additional comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. So I think I made it pretty clear yesterday during my talk in the discussion that it shouldn't be the agreement just for the sake of the agreement. It should be instrumental and supporting to the actual core business, which is studying, which is research and exchange. So I would say keep it lean and mean, skip as much as possible the bureaucracy, and really think pragmatically, how can we support people, students, staff by an agreement, and it should take away barriers. So you really should think, okay, what is the purpose of having this, and making things in practice easier. And if you keep that in mind, do we really need this? Is it really a thing that helps to lubricate interaction? Then you should definitely do it, always in combination with this bottom-up effort where you need people effectuating and filling in basically the ideas that come also from top-down. Yeah.
So yesterday, you at your presentation, you might criticize of some of the university behavior to doing many MOU, but there's nothing happened. 100 MOU, but once a year, only some seminar seminars, and then nothing happened later on. But more important MOU, actually bottom-up research cultivation, and also keeping very good collaborative research continue. MOU should be useful for that situation. So are there any other speakers how to make a good use of MOU? Do you have any example?
Let's design a system where we don't need an MOU. I mean, that's what we're thinking about at McGill. I mean, I'm not speaking on behalf of my entire university, but that's how I'm thinking about it. Can we design both an infrastructure and an administrative structure that makes it easier for collaboration to happen wherever it needs to happen? based in a place, but involving those who want to be there and need to be there.
So you don't have a system of MOU in Canada?
Oh, we have them, but we have an opportunity with this new initiative that to rethink some of that. That's of course we have MOUs. We love MOUs.
Okay.
I had a pleasure to have lunch with Sebastiaan de Bak here of the Netherlands Embassy here in the audience, and also with Gijs Berends, who is the delegation of the European Union to Japan. This was very, very nice and insightful. So Gijs is head of science and innovation, digital and other EU policy section here. And we were discussing that now, at least for part of the European project, Japan is an associated country. So I think that's typical good example of an agreement, which I think there went a lot of effort in, top down, but which makes it possible for Japanese researchers, for Japanese groups to participate in European programs. And that's, I think, a landslide achievement, because that literally, well, figuratively, I should basically say, Japan and Europe closer. And what we see in European projects, if it's, let's say, with the conventional European member states, is that is very often a seed also for younger students to get mobile. It's very often even a requirement for these European projects to have exchange, to have secondments, and young researchers are also exposed to other groups in other countries. So I see this now also for Japanese young researchers as a great opportunity to have exchange with other partners in these projects. So that's, I think, a very nice example where top-down efforts can actually lead to real facts. I very much hope so.
In terms of MOU, one potential role that MOU can play in a good way, I think, is that, for example, in the US, as you know, I'll think a lot about indigenous communities nowadays, and in the US, just as an example, some of the California state parks had a MOU with local indigenous communities to say that they are going to have a respectable relationship. And so I think of that as a case where MOU can be helpful to remind everyone that there is a power differential, and then to improve good relationship that can benefit everybody. It's good to make it formal so that the communities that are may be politically or socially weak, but just as valuable or even more valuable, can be more visible by having some MOU. So, for example, at Stanford also, it's not official at all now, but some local tribes are wanting to have MOU with the university. So this might not be international, but when I think about it, it's actually international, because it's nation to nation. It's within the country, but it's also different nations. And I think having that formal agreement like MOU, I think that can be one good function that that MOU can have.
Regarding this topic, I got questions from audience online, and such international collaboration, MOU, and exchange students, and for promoting real, not real, research. So it's a matter. So the question is, it is a matter for large university in every country. How about how to do? How can we do in the middle or smaller country, smaller universities? How to deal with collaborative work and promoting researchers in certain field. So as yesterday's comment, I guess Kassen-san said there is some way to exchange faculty in the two universities is maybe same topic, same field, has exchange one to this exchange faculty, maybe young or middle-aged faculty to vice versa. So it's save money for salary. Is this is the exact way? I don't know. Who addressed this concept? Maybe someone else. But I think it's one way to exchange faculty has a similar field, research field or education field, and to mingle cross-cultural exchange. So they each other have a good aspect of different culture and educate doing research in students, not only undergraduate but also graduate students. So what do you think of that? Is it feasible?
I wonder if it's connected to the previous point about top-down and bottom-up ways of looking at these things. I mean, the top-down signal comes from our organization, and I think we often think of the bottom-up signal as coming from individuals, but really the bottom-up signal comes from the world, right? And the world doesn't necessarily present problems to us in ways that fit into the disciplinary categories that our organizations have. Things like mitigating climate change and pandemic preparedness and these sorts of things. I think that there's a lot of good that can come from taking expertise from any discipline that don't really fit into these neat categories. And so if there are opportunities to organize units that are not in these traditional ways where we separate buildings according to the subjects that the inhabitants' PhDs were in, but rather centered around problems, that might be an alternative way of looking at it, and also an alternative way of arranging exchanges of this type. Maybe we're not looking for an exchange of two physicists or something, but we're looking for an exchange of two people who are making contributions to a particular problem.
Rob, you've just described what we're trying to do. McGill. Thank you. I mean, the details of how to do this in a practical sense matter, and they're hard, I think. I really do. I think there's some easy things. I think that Wilfred's experience has offered us one very easy, if we have a project or a mission, if you like, that we've decided on internally, and we need expertise, well, each one of us as individual PIs has a global network of collaborators. And part of our challenge is to make it possible for either us as individuals, or maybe perhaps even better, the students that are working with us, to make the exchange possible. Yeah. And that takes resources, but it takes some organization, but I don't think it's insurmountable. And I hope that we will see more of that, because I think that's an important dimension, as you point out. We traditionally work in silos, and for hundreds of years, universities have done very well by silos. But I think we're facing a situation now in the world where the challenges we face demand that we take the best from each silo and put them together in new ways. So I invite help with that.
I'm questioning a sabbatical system is always good for your country. So, because in Japan, a senior professor or senior associate professor have some sabbatical. In the medical field, it's practically no sabbatical workable because they are so busy. But in the other field, the large university or maybe middle-sized university using a sabbatical system. So it's in Japan, a senior professor or senior associate professor have a sabbatical to 1 year to other university in abroad. But sometimes it's not well used because something because they are very hectic and very large burden for administrative works. So they have some vacation of time to the foreign universities. So it's not necessarily promote research in this field. So, but in other country, Canada, US, European country, or India, there is a good use of a sabbatical system?
I don't know about India actually, but at OIST we have a sabbatical system. And I personally found it very useful. I spent my sabbatical partly in India and partly in Stanford. And it was because of the Stanford time that I was able to develop a lot of these connections with sample growers, theorists, and other experimentalists there that led to a lot of the success.
So what the age range to take a sabbatical?
We can take a sabbatical every 7 years. So my last sabbatical was right after I got tenure, and it was in 2019. So I was 40. I just turned 40.
Their age is 40s or 50s?
It's throughout the career. So once you get tenured, at OIST, you can take a sabbatical every 7 years.
Oh, okay.
Every 7 years for 1 year, or every 3.5 years for half a year.
That's good.
So now whether everyone takes it or not is a different story. And of course, if someone quote unquote misuses it, that's also, there's nothing you can do. But I think even if someone were to go on, assuming that research is still their primary interest in life, even if they were to go on a quote unquote vacation, I think it still helps change how one thinks, exposes them to new ideas, and assuming research is still their interest, I think when they return, they bring back a richer culture to their labs, to their lives, to the university. I think a sabbatical system is a good idea. And also I have hosted sabbatical visitors from the US and Europe in my lab, and that's fantastic. I mean, certainly changes the research in my lab.
Okay.
In the US, it depends on the institutions. So if it is like research institute, so they don't have sabbatical system. But in California, where I am, in State University, they do have sabbatical system. But the problem is, if someone takes the sabbatical, so other faculty has to cover the lectures. So that's really hard.
So is there any way to sabbatical system two-way exchange? So we go out and some other to University A dispatch a sabbatical to this University B, University dispatch a sabbatical to University A. Is a two-way? Would be okay? Maybe practically.
So I think the hardest part about a sabbatical is the arrangement. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's an app that you can write down where you're going on a sabbatical, and it's not the same field, but you do a house exchange. Yeah, so.
That's right. Okay. Hi. Okay, please.
So in the department where I work, we do not have a sabbatical system. And the reason is related to exactly what you were pointing out. Our priority is to address the staff-student ratio. And so we're constantly fighting for the ability to make more appointments in our department. And it's very difficult to sustain that argument and at the same time say, oh, well, this person is going away for a year. So, yeah, we think for consistency of messaging, we have to forego that mechanism and prioritize the staff-student ratio.
Another question for persons who are in the middle-sized or small university. Is there any way to joint or double degree program is useful? So I want to ask some example. In your country, not a large university, but a small or medium-sized university, they have a successful joint or dual degree program in master or doctoral. Is there any?
Yeah, so I'm holding a guest position at the University of Münster in Germany, which is the closest university for us. And I think we would qualify as a small university in many countries. We are maybe in total like 13,000 students, bachelor and master level. But Münster is huge. Actually, it's number 5 in Germany or so. So that's like 40,000-50,000 students. It's quite big. And we set up this this joint PhD degree with them. So I was involved in that. It was not so trivial. Yeah, you were talking about Japanese bureaucracy, but German bureaucracy is also quite impressive. But we made it, and we are trying now to have the first successful joint degrees. And I think it's again a kind of way of gluing together people, institutions, universities in this case. But again, I'm repeating myself, but this only works if you actually have projects, if you have PhD projects where it makes sense to have such a joint degree. So we are in the very lucky situation that the colleagues in Münster had applied for a huge grant, collaborative research center grant in Germany, where some groups, including my group, were allowed to participate as but then under the flag of the Münster. And then we had joint PhD projects that would then naturally fit into that joint program. Because otherwise, yeah, you have the program, but you do not have the candidates to graduate within it. So that comes again together, hand in hand.
I don't really have a comment on joint PhD programs in the flavor of what you've just talked about, Wilfred, but I am interested in joint degree programs that merge different disciplines. So this is very common in medicine in some countries where you have a joint MD PhD. So you do, MD for the clinical side and a PhD for the research side. One of the things that we will start to think about at McGill with this new sustainability park is a joint PhD MPP. So MPP is Masters of Public Policy. One of the criticisms and comments that often gets circulated, certainly in my time with the GYA and also around Canada and elsewhere in the US and abroad, is that the scientists don't understand the policy people don't understand the science. Well, maybe we solve that by just having them do both. So you get your PhD in a science and you do a 1-year intensive Masters of Public Policy. And now you generate people who have at least some facility. They have the deep expertise, hopefully, in the PhD program, and the facility to navigate policy fields and and understand the kinds of trade-offs that are necessary in that. So that's something that we're considering.
Yeah, it's one of the issues in Japanese university. Clerical workers, not many clerical workers have English proficiency. So it's it's a large university. There is improvement. Clerical workers, English proficiency, but not in the middle or small university. I think is starting up, joint double degree program, something as synthesize regulation, a common agreement should be established between the 2 or 3 or more university. It's a very very heavy procedures to reconcile, to meet each university's regulation. So this is my experience. My experience when I was Osaka University, I started a Campus Asia program. This Campus Asia program is a consortium of leading university in China, Korea, and Japan. Japan is Osaka University, Korea is Yonsei University, and China is Peking University, Beijing University. So, but the system is very different each other. So we argue, and at a consensus meeting and every month, and taking up 1.5 years to have a consensus. And also we need to training clerical staff to proceed joint double degree program. So this is the first time for China and Korea in the field of medical and public health field. This is the first example for double degree program. But now it's 5 students is getting a PhD double degree, and 2 others is preparing for that. But it's successful, but it takes time. So I think a clerical worker system is very, very important to facilitate such a program. Okay, so the English is an issue. So and then going to its screaming up at national government to every speakers to say, if you're Japanese scientists, Japanese faculties, or faculty in Japanese university, what do I want to say to Japanese government to improve our system? Even though we have a good system, group working, and some of consensus formulation in the systematic way, but it takes time. But a good way to do, and also is a very good supporting system from university or institute. It's one example. OIST, just Dani Sensei mentioned, but please address how to screaming up to Japanese government.
I would say don't close up, open up. Join initiatives like joining European Horizon program is, I think, very nice. You have a golden egg that you have this amazing culture that appeals to so many young people. I think you can do much more with that appeal. Don't be shy. Be more confident, I think, and be bold and try to indeed think about what you like to achieve. And what I said before, come with a policy that is balanced, but that is bold, that is balanced, that is fair, and I think that's a good start.
Okay. Yes, I think I would like to just repeat what I already presented yesterday about more investment in high school, undergraduate, graduate students to go overseas. And I think that the reason I think about it is that thinking about long term, for future generations. I have 2 kids, 11 years old and 14 years old. And when they become adults, or even now, it's just horrifying what's going on with the climate crisis. And I think that one thing we talked about the science of and the public perception of science and how to improve it. I think one thing we can do is to, as I already said yesterday in my presentation, to rethink what science really is. And I think according to the dictionary definition, it's about the way to understand the natural world. And it doesn't have to be just the narrow sense science. What's sometimes called Western science is just one of the many kinds of science. And when we talk about science, it can be Japanese science, it can be Maori science from New Zealand, it can be the Chinese science, and that are coming from different regions. And I think it's very clear to me that the Western science is not sufficient to solve sustainability. For sustainability, in my opinion, it's indigenous science that we need, just how to live sustainably. They have the only group of people who have shown sustainability over many generations. And there's a lot we can learn from that. And I think that by young people from Japan going overseas, we also talked about how we can learn about our own culture only by going to overseas and experience other culture. And then it can be very clarifying to understand more about our own culture. And I think that by learning our own culture, and I think Japan has some thing to contribute, as I mentioned yesterday. And so I think that's what I would say to the Japanese government, to encourage everyone, particularly young people, to go overseas to learn about our own culture and then see what we can contribute to sustainability for the world.
I totally agree with you, with Kami-sensei, like for focusing on the younger generations. One thing that I could think is like when I was in college, so everyone wants to go to the biology is really most popular subject. So that's why like many, smart or maybe motivated students go to bio. And then they really want to go to get PhD. So, but I don't think it's right now, they are not so, I don't know, but it's not so many, if it's not so many people wanted to go to PhD, so which means we have to like maybe advertise how science is good or like more maybe specific, like some kind of like education. So now people think is the having PhD is not really good things or something like that. So maybe we might have to change that, like maybe some education or something like that. Yeah, and then also like one thing that I could think is in the US, not all of the PhD students gonna be professors, and they have lots of options. Like maybe they can go to some industry or so many options. So why they want to go to PhD? Because if they have PhD, they can earn a lot of more money compared to the person who don't have a PhD. So because like if they have the PhD, they would be more opportunity to get more better positions in the companies or Yeah, so in academia or whatever. So I think it's maybe somehow maybe the students get the PhD and they do have more opportunity somehow that may help people to see the bright future, I think.
I would urge support for your National Young Academy. I'm a big advocate of the Young Academies movement, and the Young Academy of Japan has fantastic members who've shown energy and initiative in putting that organization together. And I think this is an excellent bet on the next generation of Japanese scientists and scholars. The existing academy already has the benefit of drawing from many different disciplines and of being connected to a worldwide network of like-minded people. And so that would be my recommendation if I were feeding up the hierarchy, is bet heavy on these fine people.
Hard to follow all of this. I feel like it's not my place to instruct the Japanese government. That's for them to make the decision. But I guess what I would add to what we've just heard, maybe building a little bit more on Fukami-san. So, comments about sustainability is to consider that maybe perhaps one of the strengths of the Japanese approach or culture is a community mindset, and maybe this collaborative research model is something that would be helpful. That to move away from a sort of pyramidal scheme to something a little bit more collaborative, and I think that what you were describing, Keshav, at OIST is moving in that direction. So I'll offer that.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges in Japan, if I understand it correctly, is, as Hamada Sensei was saying, that the post-PhD environment is bleak. Other than academia, there aren't too many jobs where a PhD is needed. And in fact, a master's student gets paid better than a PhD student. And that's certainly something seems wrong about that. If I think the government could create incentives, whether it's innovation, startup, or encouraging larger industries and companies to pursue in-house research, where there are other attractive opportunities for PhD students, it cannot just be academia, because like we heard earlier, there's typically only one position out of 5 in the academic circle. And if that's the only thing we PhDs do, I think there's a failure of the system somewhere. PhDs need to be valuable in many areas of society besides academia. And that's something I think Japan is missing. As a small anecdote, when I finished my PhD, I was exploring across the board. And there's, of course, academia. So there's postdocs, faculty positions, industry positions. There's IP law. And I also learned that Hollywood hires post-PhD, particularly physics. So what, at least back in the day, the situation was that there were a number of animations that were coming out of Hollywood. And in order to make the animations look realistic, they needed theoretical physicists to properly simulate the laws of physics so that, you know, when Tom and Jerry were playing and they blew up something, it looked realistic. And they also needed experimental physicists to set up stunts, to do things safely and perform experiments that were part of the movie. So I was surprised to find that out. So there should be many opportunities post-PhD, and I think Japan is missing something there, and the government probably needs to figure out what that is through policy. And if they did, I think it could unlock a lot of things. One of the things I'm always very sympathetic to for Japanese students, if I understand right, is that they have to take a loan to fund their own PhD. Is that correct? And that seems such a shame to have to take a loan to put yourself through a PhD. Just does not seem right since you're doing research that contributes back to society. But I think once the value of PhDs is known, hopefully that's something that can be fixed again.
I'm still paying the loan.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, thank you for the speaker's opinion to our national government, because that's why I ask you to have your opinion is the Japanese government to listen more carefully from opinion from foreign researchers rather than Japanese researchers. That I will convey your opinion to Ministry of Education and Culture, Sports and Science Technology. Okay, so as maybe 2 or more minutes left, maybe I ask audience, there's some comment or additional question all of the part of this seminar, Congress. Do you have a meeting? Yes, please.
日本語でよろしいでしょうか。多摩大学。
先生、ちょっと待ってください。皆さん、先生方。Ready? Ready? Okay. Okay, please.
多摩大学のキムと申します。先ほど坂先生がエラスムス構想のお話をされました。また磯先生がキャンパスアジア、私もキャンパスアジアプログラムに5年間携わりました。エラスムスは40年間で500万人のグローバル人材を輩出したユーロクラッド。キャンパスアジアでは15年間に2万人のアジアンクラッド、アジアグローバル人材を輩出しました。このプログラムによる人材が、ヨーロッパ、世界で大変活躍されております。これは科学の社会還元として、大変有意義なものであります。そういったことから、研究を通じた還元も大事ですが、やはり教育を通じた還元。これが一番、納税者には分かりやすい、還元ではないでしょうか。この教育が今、日本の大学800ありますが、簡単なことではない。アジアの大学でも大変難しくなっております。研究力があるからといって教育できるものではないということで、今後研究力と教育力のバランス、さらには社会科学と自然科学の統合、そういった能力が求められると思いますので、お時間もしもあるんであればコメントいただければ幸いです。以上です。
Do you have any comments?
In terms of the educations, I often come back from US to Japan's, and because like some university wants to ask about the life in the US, for example, and then I give a talk for students in that college, each college students. It's kind of like, I think, type of education, because I gave a talk about like research, like what the university like in the U.S. for undergrad students in the college. I think it's somehow like they have some kind of model. If someone can come back from the abroad or something, or maybe they have some system to invite, give a talk from the other people, like these people, to come to the school to give a talk for the undergrad students, or maybe like high school. I think that might be help because it's like real science they can hear. So it's not really only for the research. So I think that may be the part of the educations.
Any other? Okay, please.
I would just add that I think that your point about the social sciences is very important and well taken, that we can't address any of the challenges that we face, whether it be climate change or pandemic preparedness or the energy transition, without working alongside the social sciences and the humanities at the same time. So in my, we spend a lot of time talking about research, as a point well taken. The education component has to go hand in hand. We have to think carefully about what that means and how that will change, especially with large language models and AI, and to move away from education as information and more towards education as judgment, I think.
Please.
Yes, I think Sebastian reminded us yesterday that not everything that counts is counted and not everything that is counted counts. So I think this partly comes back to what we measure and reward in the career pipeline. And it's important that we don't drift too far towards appointing and promoting people who are only interested in their own research and don't have a sense of responsibility on the education side or on the public service side. In my institution, this is certainly an important criterion for new appointments. Excuse me. If there's somebody who has an excellent research record, but they clearly are not interested in teaching, or they would not be an excellent teacher, they would not stand a chance on the interview panel. So I think we have to be looking for people who have both of these commitments at heart.
Any other comment? Okay. Or so last speaker. Oh, excuse me.
In terms of education, when we think about researchers' life cycle, especially for female researchers, it's much better if children are born during the graduate school or even an undergraduate. So if there was a discussion that in at least one country, the graduate students receive salaries and they can take parental leave, both maternal and paternal leave. Though that kind of policy, if at least that can be done in some universities, I think that would be wonderful. And also, oftentimes universities have childcare service, and childcare service quality is very important. So if universities can try to make the quality high enough, because oftentimes for the childcare argument that the quality of childcare has been forgotten, but if the childcare doesn't provide high quality, that can be a big problem. And also, oftentimes the graduate students cannot really use childcare service. So if the government can do something about that, or universities and institutions can really think about that, I think that would be great. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Good comment. And maybe as a national Japanese government doing an attempt to improving our system, but it has been very slow. we need to accelerate this improvement. And it's something as a story. We have some story, maybe Usagi to Kame story. Do you know is how to say here and the toys story is a universal story. And is back to 20 years or 30 years ago, Japan is a good economy development. So it's we have a constant number of Nobel Prize winners. So government said that's good. That's good. Basic science successful in Japan, but innovation is not good. So many patent creation of new drug is delayed, and so it's even though is some invention happened in Japan, so drug development is down by other countries, U.S. and Europe and other countries. So they have some new system, AMED granting system, to focusing on applied science. During the 20 years, they've invested many budget into it. But unfortunately, during the past 20 years, economic development is stagnant, going down in Japan. So it's innovation did not work well right now, did not work well. And also invention, system for basic supporting basic research is also not good. So we have a simple both side problem. It looks like here in the toys story, Usagi to Kame story, because it's 20 or 30 years ago we had a good for basic science. So it's we have a rabbit here, and to progress very rapidly, and then they have that's good. They have a rest, and turtle is very slowly but gradual, very constant step, and then after that, not continue to walking around. There may be some invention. Sports car, electric sports car is invention. Is they try to ride on the electric car and going top of that hill. So they have a goal. Some countries. I didn't say something, but so it's applied science is more focusing on some countries. But basic sciences, the number of basic science is not bad in Japan, but other countries has a huge, rapid increase in number of top papers, top 10 papers. So the government is very concerned about that. But we need to balance both basic and applied science too. All right. Any other comment? Okay, please.
I think we emphasize Nobel Prizes and economic development and then papers in top journals too much. I think real value often lies in things that are not appreciated at the moment. I think Dani-san had a great point about this novel things happen. By definition, those are the things that people didn't realize. And so I think in the same way, there are a lot of important fields, as everyone knows here, that, for example, Nobel Prize is not doesn't even look at. And then those are probably, once again, about sustainability. Maybe those are the really important things. And so I think that I don't think the government should be using Nobel Prize as, it's a one good measure, of course, but that I think they tend to be way too overemphasized.
Sorry, sorry, comment for the question about the maternity leave things. So can I have one comment? So is there some people who has to do maternity leave, or maybe some people has to take care of their parents? because they are like really sick or whatever. And maybe some people has to take care of maybe their family, for example, like some people, some type of reasons. I don't know here they have some system to help the people. But I just want to say in the US, they do have some system. So if I have some like graduate student, a postdoc, or the kind of situations, I can use my grants money, and then government will give a lot extra money to help these kind of people. So I think that might be help, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. As wonderful speakers we have, and also wonderful audience, and there's a lot of discussion, Q&A. Also, we have a good discussion about to improve our Japanese system, and also persuade young people, Japanese people, young researchers mingle with other countries' researchers, and good network, collaborative work to take a budget and to continue their own research. And also as applied research is also important. But I think as we have a lot of lessons, a lot of lesson to homework to back to Japanese government, but this organization, Council of Japan, Science Council of Japan, is a road to many opinion, to government, to improve the scientific society. So thank you. I appreciate every effort. So I'm now closing this session because after that, I have a summary remarks, but I don't need to summary remarks anymore. So it is a very good time to ending up this session. Thank you very much. Okay, finally, as we come to the end of this conference, please welcome Sugano Saki Sensei, Associate Professor Economics and Aoyama Gakuin University. Sugano Sensei, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Saki Sugano from Aoyama Gakuin University. I'm a member of Young Academy of Japan. So today, on behalf of the Science Council of Japan, I would like to sincerely thank all of you for joining us in person and online today. We are deeply grateful to our distinguished international speakers, panelists, and all participants for insightful discussions and valuable contributions over the past 2 days. The richness of dialogue and the delivery of, the diversity of perspectives here shared truly reflect the spirit of international collaborations. So, as a member of Young Academy of Japan, I'm really grateful to all of here 先生たちに本当に感謝いたします。Actually, I received my PhD in economics from University of Tokyo, and I also received my master in public policy as well. And I have pursued my career since then, almost in Japan. I found, actually at the time, I tried to go to abroad, but I have a boyfriend, now my husband, and I decided not to go, but I somehow regret today I hear about many good examples actually. And after listening the presentation from the professors, so maybe how much more favorable environment can be beyond Japan. Actually, I have the same experience in University of Southern California. I went there as a postdoc, which was funded and facilitated by JSBS. Thanks to JSBS, my ability, my ability was expanded. I mean, in terms of my perspectives and also collaboration with other scholars. So that experience broadened my research perspective in terms of in that way that would not have been obtained within only Japan. My research explored the intrinsic connection between health system and economy, and also well-being, happiness. So while economic and health systems, differ across countries, our well-being or the fundamental concern of happiness are universal, without borders. Okay, so today I'd really like to share my reflection from the perspective of an early career researcher. Maybe Professor Kano sensei is expecting for me. Actually, this conference, has been deeply encouraging for me. I hope to find some good way to conduct my research abroad in the future, even I'm not so young, but I hope to find some, good connection abroad. And also, what I was deeply moved in this conference is the generosity of senior and mid-career scholars here. And especially in the way that they thoughtfully, supported early career researchers based on your rich experiences. So I hope to share this inspiration to with researchers on my generation and also younger generation who just started beginning of their academic journey. As we look to the future, it is essential that we continue to build bridges across borders, across genders, across disciplines. We must foster brain circulation that also provide mentorship, flexibility of workplace, and inclusivity that some speakers mentioned that can fully participate in global science. So let us continue to advance science, not for only knowledge or publication, but also for the happiness of all life together. Finally, let us conclude. I would like to really express my gratitude to all of speakers and participants at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Sugano-san. As you know, she is one of the young academy members in this Council of Japan, Science Council of Japan. And I'm very happy to close this session by her very heartful comment and remarks. Thank you so much.